What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
He needs tops. Gets tens.
Van Schie looking at 90 to open up a 3-2 lead, and that's an 11 darter. Aguirre again, is he going to find the 104, double 16 into the corner? Unless he could pull another top class check out the fire. Second consecutive victory to start the week. He's going to have a darter, double 12 to finish in style. Hello, good morning, welcome along to the Modus Super Series here from the live lounge in Portsmouth, where Tuesday's action is about to get underway, but there'll be no surprises on this April Fool's Day. We've got 6 players all vying for a place into Saturday night's final. We're going to be watching every single dart today in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson, and what a start we had to Group A yesterday. We gave it the big build-up and it lived up to type.
Certainly did. Lots of ton plus checkouts, a decent amount of 180s, and people really jostling for position when it came to round 4 and round 5 yesterday. And when you see what happened with Jimmy Van Schie and Tom Sykes, it's not a surprise, because when you put them together, things will happen.
Well, this is how the table looks following the first day's play. Jimmy Van Schie top of it on 8 points. But it's fair to say the player of the day yesterday was Tom Sykes. Average of 99 for the day. And he actually did that off the back of a long travel from Skegness on Sunday night going into Monday morning. But there was no signs of fatigue, was there?
Not at all. And if you want to be a professional dart player, you've got to dig deep. There are going to be days where you're not feeling your best and you might not sleep well. But you wake up, you figure it out. And let's face it, the start that Tom had included one of those, and then he would get another one later on. So off 5 hours sleep, he looked pretty good to me.
2 170s, ton plus averages. It was a very good day for Tom Sykes. But it was also a good day for Jimmy Van Schie, which in most weeks we probably would have been waxing lyrical about, averaging in excess of 91. Had the 105 here against Tom Sykes. He looks in very good nick, doesn't he?
We are starting to learn something about Jimmy this week already, because when he came to us the first time in 2024, it took him a little bit of time to get going. But as the year went on, he would get better and better and better. But with performances like this 105.47 average against arguably the player of the day, what we're learning about Jimmy is that the tours that he plays on, so WDF, he plays domestic stuff in the Netherlands, I'm sure, Challenge Tour, what he's doing at the minute is readying himself to do this kind of thing. And he talked a brilliant game yesterday with us. And it seems like he has got a few more gears to find, which is very encouraging.
Well, let's have a look at the numbers for both players following the first day's play. 8 points apiece, averages in excess of 90, but the checkouts as well, over 40% for the pair. They carry on playing like that, there may well be a collision course for these two when it comes to Saturday night.
I wouldn't be surprised. We talked about Western King about a week ago. They played the first game of the week. They would ultimately play the last game of the week. Now, that is not a guarantee for Tom Sykes and Jimmy Van Schie, because they could be on a collision course potentially in the semi-finals, in a group stage on Saturday night, but you've got to get there first. This week is not just about those two. We've got other people that are trying to upset the apple cart, not just in Group A as well.
Well, let's have a look at the odds then and see what the bookmakers think. Now, I promise you that's not an April Fool's joke. What do you make of those odds?
Sykes at 11-8. That looks pretty good to me. We're talking about someone who has won Group A before on multiple occasions. So he knows exactly how to pace himself over the first 3 days. That might be just because a lot of people really fancy Jimmy in this place, because the last 3 times he's been here, he has won on the Saturday night and always seems to get there. And he does look very likely to win Group A, but this is going to be one of the toughest Group A situations he's ever been in.
It is 18 plus. It is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, let's get into our first match of the session, shall we? And it sees Jimmy Van Schie and Andy Davidson go head-to-head. For Andy, 6 points to his day yesterday, his first day at the Super Series in 2025. And early on this morning, he caught up with me to give his assessment of it. Andy, 6 points from your first day in Group A. What would be your overall assessment of it?
I'll take it. I mean, I don't think it was my absolute A game, apart from against Tom, which ultimately I lost, but he was on fire yesterday, so it's a decent start, but I'll need to improve standard-wise, I believe.
Must have felt like a little bit of a baptism of fire, that group, at times.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. When I saw the group come out, I was thinking, yeah, this is probably the toughest Group A I've certainly ever played in, so yeah, it's not bad to be sitting third at the moment, but I'll look to put that right today.
Is it one of them when you look at a group like that, you know how tough it's going to be, but do you also see the opportunity in that as well?
Well, that's it. It's a good test of where your game's at, you know, I mean, because I don't see there's much pressure, certainly on me, playing against the likes of, well, Tom and Jimmy have played Pro Tours this year. So, you know, just to see where my game stands up against certainly those 2 and the other 3 as well, you know, that's great for me.
2024 was the year you broke through here at the Super Series. What were your memories of this place last year?
Oh, well, every memory is good, but just to walk in here as the qualifier that no one expected to do anything really, and to walk out with a trophy was just unbelievable. And I've sort of backed it up since by making the Saturday every time, so looking to do that again, but hopefully get the second title again.
Do you feel like you've become a household name here now?
No, definitely not. I still don't think so. I mean, I still, as I always do, set myself low expectations. You know, I know what my game is. It's just whether it comes out on the day, and it only came out in 1 game yesterday. So I need to improve that consistency, and if I do, maybe I could become that household name. You never know.
So more to come then?
Absolutely. I hope so anyway.
Well, I wish you all the very best. Andy, good luck today.
Thanks, Henry. Cheers.
And Andy Davidson's first assessment is Jimmy Van Schie, who is top of the tree following the first day's worth of play. Andy, always very measured in his reflections on things, always has a very good perspective of the game. Up against Van Schie, the 31-year-old from Breda in the Netherlands, the Dutch Sequoia. And he's looking for a 4th consecutive weekly title in 4 appearances. Andy Davidson won his week back in Series 7. The 29-year-old from Edinburgh burst onto the scene around about this time last year, and he is hoping for a second appearance at the Red Letter Week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Jack Garwood is the man in charge of all of the action on this Tuesday morning. Should be an intriguing day's worth of play, which is going to get underway with Jimmy Van Schie throwing the first darts in anger. And on this April Fool's Day, we've got Paul Nicholson, the asset, alongside us here in the commentary box.
100.
What a cracking interview that was with Andy. Speaks so clearly, so well, so eloquently.
34.
Love his humble nature. There's nothing to dislike about Andy. He's a fabulous, fabulous chap.
6.
And a real credit to Scottish darts, I feel. You think about what he's done in the last 12 months.
81.
Who knows where he could take it? And I think he understands the complexity of this group situation.
81.
And playing the underdog card a little bit could be a masterstroke.
Well, he knows he's in a room with big
27.
beasts when it comes to this format, Jimmy Van Schie being one of them. These are people that have been proven time and time again. In the case of Van Schie and Sykes, proven in this building on multiple occasions. Brian Raman has won
100.
multiple times on the WDF circuit, former #1 in that particular system. Davies is a player that's getting better with age.
58. Jimmy
And so he has got an opportunity to
106.
maybe float under the radar. But Jimmy Van Schie, well, he never goes under the radar, does he? In more ways than one. He's off to a positive start in this
46.
opening leg, looking for what feels like is going to be a routine hold a throw to kick off the day.
60. Jimmy, you require 114.
Gets a shot at tops.
Game shot
And
of
it turns
first
out
leg.
it is
Jimmy
a
Van
routine
Schie.
hold of throw. starting with a ton plus checkout. And that is
Second
now
leg, it's
number
Andy to throw first.
13 for
Game
the
on.
week already when it comes to ton plus checkout.
120.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's an extraordinary amount for 15 and a bit games.
I always feel like 8 ton plus checkouts for a day is a very good return.
85.
Anything kind of 6 or 7 is decent. But there was a lot of ton plus finishes yesterday. Brian Raman had 4 of them. Jimmy Van Schie had just the 1. That was the 110, which came in his match against David Davies in the penultimate game of his session.
100.
There's one thing we should learn from yesterday. It's that when you compile a stat sheet of the things that we collate,
41.
180s, ton plus checkouts, things like that, they can give you a lot of good news, but that doesn't really
60.
equate to points. Brian Raman had the most 180s and most ton plus checkouts yesterday, but was
98.
in 5th position. That in-between stuff, the 96s, the tons, the 125s, they mean a lot.
85.
And he's got to get that first start a little bit lower.
58.
He's been searching for scores quite a lot in this game.
It's been a start that really hasn't corresponded for Jimmy Van Schie. This has been a bit of a breeze thus far, and he's going to leave himself in a very good position
95.
to get a break of throw
Andy
if
required
Davidson cannot
158.
find the 158. But this might just be the spark, but he's not going to find the second treble 20.
84.
And so Van Schie
Jimmy
will come back for
requires
76 to double up his advantage.
Thought about double 18.
56.
Decided to go back
Andy
to tops because he's already hit it.
74.
Not this time. And Andy doesn't even get a shot at the bull. He's giving himself a telling off now.
$26.
It is
Jimmy
not going to
required
plan
20.
whatsoever. And Jimmy Van Schie will sense blood and will pounce
shot on
and
the
will get
second
the
leg.
break
Jimmy
and
Van
will open
Schie.
up a 2-0 lead.
Well, you know what's going to happen on Saturday night, because I cannot envisage Jimmy
Third
not
leg,
making
it's Jimmy
Saturday.
to throw first. Game on.
You might be onto something, Mr. Deacon, and this is not an April Fool, by the way. You might have come up with a great Jimmy Van Schie chant.
100.
Jamie Van Schie, he's top of the tree. Jamie Van Schie, he's top of the tree. It's easy,
81.
it's fun, and now people have just got to do it.
And I'm sure if he does qualify, the hordes that will come and watch him play on Saturday probably will be singing something similar.
100.
He's certainly a personality which is very, very easy to resonate with.
35.
Very, very likeable chap is Jimmy. The way he plays the game and the way he is off the hockey as well. He's a very popular character amongst his peers.
Not just here either.
121.
Because when he started playing Pro Tour stuff at the back end of last year, people found out very quickly just how good
58.
he is. That's why it was a surprise that he didn't get through Q School, but Q School is a lottery. If you have a couple of bad days,
80.
that could be it. That's why I'm an advocate for more than 2 people getting a tour card through the Challenge Tour.
134.
I think that's a lot harder.
Jimmy require 100.
But at the same time, a bit fairer.
Well, Van Schie looking at a ton. That was kind of a half-hearted attempt at
60.
tops there. He's going to leave himself on that particular target upon his return to open up a 3-0 lead in this particular contest.
85. Jimmy require 40.
It's double 10.
Game shot
It's
on the
3-0 Van
third
Schie.
leg. Jimmy Van Schie.
It's been a solid display so far for the Dutchman. On the other side of the coin, Andy Davidson has not got going yet.
No,
Full
he
flag.
hasn't.
It's Andy to throw first.
And for the second consecutive time against Jimmy Van Schie, because yesterday's 4-2
96.
result for Jimmy was fairly routine. It was uncharacteristically cold this morning. It's almost as if the
45.
meteorologists were playing an April Fool on all of us. We think, oh, it's springtime now. It wasn't this morning. It was cold.
45.
Yeah, the big coat was on in April, and that seldom happens.
Although in 1979, when Margaret Thatcher was
95.
elected to Prime Minister in this country, it snowed that week.
55.
Oh, that was a blockbuster of a last start, trying to bulldoze its way through, but if anything, it was too powerful.
59.
And he's just coming up empty too many times. He's only had 2 scores of 100 or more.
108.
And in this company and this clientele, you will be swept aside very quickly, and that is what looks set to happen now
58.
to Andy Davidson.
Jimmy
It
requires
has just not
81.
happened for him in this opening game of the day. And so Jimmy Van Schie has got all the time he could possibly want to get the job done. It's double 10 again.
Jimmy Van Schie.
And Jimmy Van Schie rounds off a 4-0 win against Andy Davidson to kickstart the day. So the perfect start for JVS, who moves on to 10 points in the group. Coming up after the break, Tom Sykes against David Davies. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jimmy Van Schie got the better of Andy Davidson by 4-0. Decent performance from Jimmy, average of 87, 4 from 6 on his doubles, a 114 checkout, and the other 3 legs being won on double 10. Our second game sees Tom Sykes and David Davies go head-to-head here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Tom Sykes, despite not being top of the group at the end of yesterday, was pound for pound the best player of the group. Average of 99.57 for the session, 41% on his doubles. The Castleford Tiger is roaring here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Twice a runner-up in Series 6 and Series 9, up against David Davies, now 40 years of age. Celebrated that milestone recently from Denbigh in Wales, and he won week 11 of the previous series. These two renewing rivalries once again, and in the meeting yesterday, Tom Sykes won this game with an average of 97.26 by 4-2. David actually played his best darts towards the latter end of the day, averages of 93
First
and 92.
leg, it's Tom to throw first.
The problem that you had was his opponents were Jimmy Van Schie and Tom Sykes. So he's playing some good stuff, but he is finding the opposition rather difficult.
99.
Considering the company he was keeping yesterday, 4 points isn't that bad.
98.
But he would look at it slightly differently. They have to keep his company too. So can he turn it around today?
140.
In his favour. Making a move on Tuesday can make all the difference. Now, what kind of gap can he afford to have between himself and the top, if there's a gap,
59.
by the end of the day? Well, we did say last week that a 4-point cushion after Monday wasn't
58.
enough. So what David's got to do is he's got to do the anti-move from last week, which is maybe have your worst day on Monday and
99.
have your best day on Wednesday and something in between on Tuesday.
I always think 2 points is the maximum buffer you kind of afforded going into a Wednesday. Comebacks can happen from 4 points behind, but they seldom happen. And also, you're relying on you to play well, and you're relying on other people to have a collapse. I cannot see this being a group where somebody's just going to fall by the wayside. It feels like a group that somebody's going to physically go out and win.
Tom, you require
Well, both players on a finish after
144.
12 darts in this opening leg. Sykes look at the 144. He kicked off the day with a 170 yesterday. But he's not going to find
6.
something big to
David, you require 124.
start Tuesday's proceedings. But can David Davies do what Jimmy Van Schie did and start his day of a ton topper?
The answer is no. Not the first time we've seen a missed single already today. Davidson did it multiple times in the first game.
84. Tom, you require 84.
No missed singles,
59.
which shaves the
David, you
bullseye.
require 40.
Immediate break it could be for Davies.
Game shot on the first leg.
Starts his
David
day
Davies.
very well on tops. Yesterday, at the start, he had a little bit of a misathon
Second
happening on
leg,
it.
it's David to
By the end of the day, he
first.
figured it out.
Game on.
You know, certainly a player that improved as the day went along, David Davies. Also alongside Tom Sykes, played for his country at the weekend, representing
58.
Wales in Skegness at the British Internationals. And so he had to enjoy, however you
140.
take those kind of things, a journey back from one part of the country to the other.
Well, look on the bright side for Sykes. He went from Castleford to Skegness to Portsmouth. It's a little bit of a diversion, but it's still all going south.
140.
If you're Davies, you've gone from North Wales to the east coast, then
96.
southwest to Portsmouth. That is a bit of a trek. He's going to do a perfect triangle by the end of the week. These are all the kind of things you have to do for darts if you want to succeed.
58.
Just another reminder, it isn't easy.
And it's something that David, over the last couple of years, has had to become a little bit more accustomed to. The more that
57.
his name has got out there, the more that he is doing things and trying things and looking to become a real established part, not just the Super Series circuit, but I suppose the
93.
tour together.
I'm fascinated to see what Davies actually wants to do. Because what he's doing at the minute, this might be enough for him.
100.
I wonder if a tour card is what he wants.
52.
It might not be.
He seems like the type of player that's very contented with what he does, because he is very good. And every time he comes here, he always
112.
acquits
Tom, you
himself
require
very well.
108.
And maybe sometimes just knowing that you've got one thing you can try and trust can work for you. Sometimes it's
56.
better off to have
David, you
one thing in the
require
hand
40.
than two in the bush. As he stares at tops with a 2-0 lead, double 10. Chasing fives, and Sykes is hot on his tail if it doesn't go.
35. Tom, you require
That was a
52.
glorious chance for 2-0.
$20.
And 2-0, it might still
David, you
be.
require 5.
We always watch out for that double 16 bet for when Tom is here. That was a bit of a close call for David. Hence the step back.
$3.
Doesn't figure it out.
Tom, you
He's
require
handing this leg on a
52.
plate to Sykes.
No score.
5 darts, all miss double
David, you
16
require
on the
2.
outside. And when he misses double 16, that is how he does it.
One up.
Gets
One
on
in.
the second leg.
And David Davies has a 2-0 lead in this contest.
Now, two
Third
things
leg. It's Tom to the
I'd like to mention,
first.
first and foremost, about Davies wanting a tour card. He might be like Martin Phillips. PDC system on a
98.
full-time basis might not suit him. And if that's his journey, totally fair. Although, after yesterday's announcement, he might be inspired by the money. He wouldn't be the first person. Secondly, Sykes is missing double 16 in the last 12 months. Left. A lot. So I think it's time he
95.
finds a new occupy position for double 16 or a new aiming point in front of his eye. Tom is a fabulous player. We all know that.
140.
But there's nothing wrong with identifying a weakness and putting it right. It's that kind of situation that can cost you a series. It can cost you getting to a Champions Week. Figure it out before it becomes a problem.
And Tom will
100.
probably have a feeling of what might have been in that game against Darius Labanauskas back in December. Did have opportunities. Did have chances to put the
44.
game in his
David,
favour.
you
But
require 161.
Labanauskas was able to get over the line and pocket the 25k. Davies looking at 161 for a 3-0 lead. The bullseye. Oh,
Gage
wonderful.
on the third leg.
And I think he
David
liked
Davies.
that. And Tom Sykes has been hoisted by his own
Fourth leg,
petard.
it's
The
David
king
to
of the
throw
big
first.
finishes this week
Game
has
on.
been hit by a haymaker himself.
That face tells a story because Tom did that to people yesterday with 2 170s. Now he knows how it feels.
140.
Darts can be kind, but it can be cruel.
Well, suddenly this is great news for Jimmy Van Schie because he's won his opener. He moves on to 10 points.
93.
And suddenly, if Davies can beat Sykes here, then he'll just have a little bit of daylight at the end of the first round of fixtures, regardless of what happens between Raman and Biggs.
140.
Well, this is tremendous news for David Davies. Averaging nearly 94.
108.
Nice response from Tom. And it is needed, isn't it? Because Davies is playing beautifully. This is so much better than his first performance yesterday.
105.
So much better. We're talking 15 points better.
As for Tom
81.
Sykes,
David, you require
he's the best part of 15 points worse off from his first game yesterday. 2 days are never the same in this sport. David Davies looking to wrap this match up with 2-ton plus checkouts.
96.
He's unable to get the tops.
Tommy require
And he's given Tom Sykes a look at the 147.
$61. David, you require 20.
Davies has got Tom Sykes on toast.
Get
And he's
your
got him beaten as
undermatch,
well.
David Davies.
What a result that is to start your day off. You take out arguably the most dangerous player in the group to nil. Very steady that performance was. An average of 93.94. And he had the luxury of missing 7 darts at double in that match. Crucially, that's a leg that Sykes could not pinch. So Davies gets a brilliant start on Tuesday, winning by 4 legs to nil, ahead of Brian Raman playing against Mr. Biggs.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Schie wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the
He
job
gets it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Schie.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Schie!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, David Davies got the better of Tom Sykes by 4 legs to nil, average just under 94, 161 finish in there as well to finish off the second game of the day. Back-to-back 4-0s to kickstart the session. Game number 3 sees Martin Biggs take on Brian Raman. Raman, who begins the day 5th in the table, having picked up 4 points, the 28-year-old from Antwerp. Twice a former weekly finalist in this building, up against Biggs, 43 years of age, from Northampton, nicknamed Biggsy. And he's looking to get his first win on the live lounge stage. He didn't play badly yesterday, but he's been caught in a week in a group where you've got big hitters everywhere you look, and maybe for Martin, Group A is all about just getting the experience, getting some games under his belt, acclimatising to the conditions, maybe try and nick the odd game here and there, and maybe he'll feel already that his week will probably get underway properly when we get to Thursday's action.
I don't think that's too harsh. He has been thrown into a group that is as strong as we've ever seen. The numbers prove it, the performances and the head-to-head games that we've had tell us that this is very, very difficult for people who have reputation and success in their past. Martin comes in here with a lot less experience. But can you imagine the fun you'll have up against these kinds of players? If you can just make peace with the fact that you may be the tiniest bit out of your depth, he can play with no pressure whatsoever. And that means when he plays against Brian here,
56.
when he plays against David Davies in round 3, for instance, he's got a free hit every time.
Truth is, he's got this luxury that not many players will be able to have, is that you can just go out and enjoy every single second of this experience.
And he's definitely going to feel more comfortable than yesterday.
125.
Well, he knows where he is now, and he knows the level he's got to get at now. And Raman, given an early indication that the levels at times that we saw from him yesterday are still in the locker today. Average of 88 for the session, 34%.
102.
In terms of his finishing, and he's looking at 125 here to take out leg 1. Bull. Haha, too good.
109. Martin, you require 97.
I give him props. He didn't lose his cool after hitting the second bull. He left himself on double 8. Double 10.
87.
A leg
Brian,
may
you
have
require
slipped
16.
by. A strong start from Martin. But it's a leg
on the
he's
first
lost.
Leg, Brian Raman. Second
I
leg.
think Brian's going to be another one of those players that
first.
looks at the way that he played yesterday and will probably feel if he could play to a similar type of level on Tuesday as he did on Monday, he would stand a decent chance of making some real headway in this group.
And some of his previous tries of making Saturdays, he's had difficulties. He's had
119
injury issues. He's had personal issues back in Belgium. I sincerely hope for his sake this week that he's got a clean slate where he can just focus on this.
60.
Plays with a lot of drive, a lot of passion. Some would argue maybe a little too much sometimes.
134.
But you can never accuse Brian Raman of not wanting it.
If anything, the question mark has been, has there been times where Brian Raman has perhaps wanted it too much?
55.
And I can imagine it can be a little bit difficult for him because he really did burst onto the scene. Was WDF #1 by the age of 23, 24.
90.
And just before he got his tour cards, he was a player to fear at this level. And I suppose maybe the big surprise was when he got his card. I know injuries didn't quite help.
43.
But maybe there was an expectation from a lot of players, or a lot of people at least, that he was going to make perhaps more inroads than he did on the circuit.
60.
Reputation comes with pressure. Some people can handle it. Some people just need to take that step back before they can re-establish where they're going. And that's exactly what Brian's going through.
Brian, you require 98.
98 points away from a 2-0 lead. So I had to go on the ball there with 78 left to leave himself on double 14.
We're in an era of bull double 10 and bull double 14, everyone. Drink it in.
96. Brian, you
With
require
an era of
46.
anything goes Is this going to go? Yes, it
It's on the
is. 2-0
second leg.
Raman.
Brian Raman.
He's got the break.
Are you a fan of his new hairstyle?
Third leg, it's Brian.
I liked it the way it
first.
was.
Game on.
I can't talk about hair.
You can, you just don't want to.
95.
He was a purveyor of the quiff and the old Godfather rake back. But now he's gone to
41.
the soul glow.
$140.
Do you know what? If a lot of people in darts go for this haircut now, it might be his fault.
I'm sure Kevin Dukes will say that he was the one that made that kind of haircut fashionable in the game, but
108.
Martin Biggs with his first smacks of the contest, putting pressure on the Raman throat.
I'm with you on that because I think Kevin Dutz has played better with a fringe.
96.
If you think I'm wrong about that, look back at when he didn't have one compared to now. Martin Biggs is sporting the old school Terry Jenkins haircut.
44. Brian, you require
I'm a big fan of it.
170.
But he won't be a fan of this start. The man has left
134.
himself on a double after 12 to open up a 3-leg lead in this contest.
Well, the question remains now, after the first two games in this, what do you like on your morning bagel?
125. Brian, you
A
require
little sprinkling
36.
of double 18, maybe. Or double 8.
Game shot on the third leg. Brian
Morning
Raman.
bagels all round by the looks of it.
Well, this is quick fire brilliant so far.
Fourth leg, it's
The
Martin
man
to the
3-0 to the
reverse.
good. And
Game
look
on.
at him real control of this contest, but perhaps most importantly, looks really in check with himself.
$125.
Martin's played a steady game here. He's only had 2 darts at double. When I say steady,
60.
I mean lots of tons. 5 of them, including a max as well.
And that's kind of where the biggest difference in this contest has been. Martin's scoring's been okay, but Raman's been able to pick off an extra treble more often than not.
Very true.
99.
I was looking at social media during our broadcast yesterday just to get an indication of what people were thinking of this group.
140.
I saw a few people saying Martin Biggs' throw reminds them of Dennis Smith. I can't say I disagree. There's a lot of deliberate nature before the dart is thrown.
100.
It's not the worst person to be
94.
likened to, the great man from Swindon.
Well, Biggs has got 6 darts on 177 to get a leg on the board, but if he comes up dry here, he'll see the man
60.
on his shoulder able to possibly overtake.
140.
That's what he does best.
Martin, you require 170.
Throwing darts powerfully. This is to save the match. You can't do it.
57. Brian, you require 67.
What do you like in your morning bagel, Brian?
Game
A
shot.
dosage of double
Brian Raman.
16, and Brian Raman sweeps aside Martin Biggs by 4 legs nil. And that means the first 3 games of the session have all been won with a 4-0 scoreline. Brian Raman beating Martin Biggs there, average of 93.94. That's the equivalent of 16 darts per leg. The doubling very good as well. 4 from 6 on the outer ring. And coming up after the break, David Davies takes on Jimmy Van Schie. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 3 matches on this Tuesday morning. The first round has come to a close, and this is what we've seen. 3 4-0 wins for Jimmy Van Schie, David Davies and Brian Raman, and this is what it does to the table as a consequence. Jimmy Van Schie has a 2-point lead now from Tom Sykes in the league standings, and a 14-leg buffer as well in terms of the legs difference. So a very healthy lead for the Dutchman at the top of the pile, ahead of his meeting with David Davies, who made pay of Tom Sykes by that particular scoreline in game number 2 of the session. 93.94 is David's average of 16 darts per leg, 5 of 11 on his doubles, a 161 checkout as well. For Van Schie, well, he saw his opponent Andy Davidson struggle in his opening match, and he took full advantage of that. Decent enough performance, 87 average, 4 from 6 on the doubling. He also had a ton plus checkout, the 114.
First leg.
And now Jimmy's at the top of the group.
Game on.
He's the type of player you feel like now, because of what he's done in this building and the reputation he's built up, he's not somebody that you would expect to be in this position and relinquish it lightly.
58.
Not at all. Now that he's got it, he'll want to keep it. But over the next couple of rounds,
100.
maybe 3 at a push, his goal will be to get a 4-point cushion. He can affect it if he keeps beating the people that are trying to chase him down.
121.
Have we created a new binary code, by the way, on April Fool's Day? It's not 1s and 0s anymore, it's 4s and 0s.
100.
Well, I was just having a look at the scorelines and thinking it must be an April Fool's if everything's going 4-0 so far.
It's not the worst thing you can do on April Fool's Day, Henry.
140.
You can choose to get married on April Fool's Day. I wouldn't recommend it.
100.
Well, Van Schie's left himself on 161, a finish that David took out in his match against Tom Sykes.
95.
Picking off a triple with the last dart there means that the Welshman's on a 2-darter. But is Van Schie going to kick this game off with a big one? No, not this time.
97.
He was trying
David,
to make David Davies
87.
feel the pinch of a 161, because that's what he did to Tom Sykes. Bullseye for Davies.
62.
Bit of extra shoulder in that one. He
Jimmy
knew it was a little
requires
short.
64.
So Van Schie returns to 64 to get the break and take the opening leg. Another one of them. Leaves the requisite double. Gets the
Gets on
requisite
the first
double.
leg, Jimmy
And
Van
gets the
Schie.
break from the get-go. 1-0 Van Schie.
Second leg. It's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Do you think if Jimmy wins the series, we can get some of those inflatable arm-flailing tube men outside in the shape of Jimmy Van Schie? Just to take over London Road in Portsmouth.
The problem is it wouldn't be life-size.
That's true, they're actually shorter than Jimmy, so it won't work. Anyway, just a thought. What about an open-top bus parade? He's got plenty of fans in Portsmouth.
85.
Now, you shouldn't do open bust parades when you win trophies, Nico. Look at some of the criticism it gets.
84.
I'm not going to say anything bad about my radio colleagues, but they don't know what they're talking about.
119.
All I'm saying is there is a possibility there was an open top bus parade along Portsmouth with Jimmy Van Schie. The likelihood of interviewing Kim would be the likelihood of interviewing Bruno Guimaraes on Saturday.
59.
Yeah, you might need a bleep button. Did Portsmouth have an open-top bus parade in 2008? Are we just a bit young to remember that?
140.
No, I remember I was 7 at the time. It was a massive deal. Huge deal. He was just a little bit older to
140.
appreciate it a
Jimmy
bit more,
require
but
32.
it was an amazing memory nonetheless. Double 16,
Game
that's a
shot on the
13
second leg. Jimmy
darter.
Van
Van
Schie.
Schie is 2-0 to the good, averaging 107.36.
Third leg,
28 darts for the opening couple of legs. Davies is
Game
staying
on.
at the same level as his first match, but Jimmy Van Schie is having one of them games, and he knows it.
Isn't there a player that plays for West Ham called Pablo Fornals?
Yes.
135.
I wonder if he's in this building, because right now it's Pablo 4-0.
$99.
It's Domination Tuesday. Someone's got to stop this.
55.
If it keeps going this way, I just don't see Jimmy being stopped.
$56.
Unless somebody kicks into gear. And like I said, after game number 2, when Davies did get the 4-0 victory against Sykes, Sykes will respond.
58.
And he will be eagle-eyeing Brian Raman right now as the lamb that he would like to take to the butchery.
Well, Davies got to hope it's one of those games where
115.
a player gets off to a really good start, but just drops off just a touch. And if he can stay at his same level, he may have the opportunity to get a little bit more joy. It's been a strong leg on his throw. Finds a max, leaves himself on a 2-darter after 12, and forces the issue of Van Schie here to find something big if he's going to get the double break.
76. David, you require
Wouldn't really
73.
classify that as big. Now, this is a decision for Dye to make. He's decided to go for the bolt. Inspired.
Game shot on the third leg. Davies.
Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. He took the odds and shredded them and just got rid of it.
Fourth leg. It's Jimmy
And that was
to the
pretty much the
first.
same puncher mark
Game
that he
on.
found for the bullseye on the back of the 161 as well. And Schie lead reduced to 1. And for the first time today, both players have won a leg in a match.
140.
Might have to start taking a tally of how many bullseye Davies will hit today. That's 2. I'll tell you what you'd take. You'd take 1 per game.
45.
Where success for Jimmy Van Schie in his opening match against Andy Davidson was 3 double 10s. And if that particular breakdown tops to 10s to 5 is working for you, then you're going to be a very tough player to beat. Add in the scoring power that Jimmy is finding in this contest. He could very quickly become a
96.
immovable object in this group.
$140.
You've seen those very old structures in Greece, haven't you? Things like the Parthenon. Jimmy's like one of the pillars. If he wasn't a human being,
60. Jimmy require 81.
he's the kind of thing that would be around for centuries. Double 10 again.
61.
He'll return.
That time he missed. But he has got plenty of time on his side.
41. Jimmy required 20.
So 2-10 to Van Schie for 3-1.
Game shot on the fourth
No
leg.
mistake.
Jimmy Van Schie.
He is hitting that double 10 today like Luke Littler.
Fifth leg.
And that's
it's
the
David
biggest
to the
compliment you can
first.
pay anybody on
Game
double
on.
10. First game, he was 4 from 6. He's very close to doing
63.
something similar or potentially 1 dot better.
That first dart is hitting a lot more in this particular contest than it did in the first one. He found some decent stuff to Van Schie, but this is another level altogether. And he's averaging 104 here, about a max in this game. The power has been with the 2 treble scoring.
100.
A year ago when Jimmy first came here, could we really have envisaged that he would look this comfortable on this stage?
123.
I'm not sure about that. But a year is a long time in this sport. He's gone from being a serial qualifier alongside the likes of Dennis van der Ende to being one of the mainstay multiple-time champions.
Well, he's one of the first names on the invitational roll call now, isn't he, Jimmy Van Schie? A series to be incomplete without his presence.
140.
And he's making his presence felt, that is for sure here. And he's left himself on 138 after 9 to complete a 4-1 victory of an average in excess of 107 and 3 from 4 in his doubles.
140.
He's already got the average of the week so far in excess of 105. Oh, that's
76.
cruel.
David, you require 98.
That might just be the difference. Only if David can take this, maybe. But Jimmy was thinking he'd left double 10.
58.
He still has to get to the
Jimmy,
double
you
now.
require 62.
Change of MO. And it's going to be double 60 to complete a
Game
4-1
shot, and the
victory.
match,
Jimmy Van
Jimmy Van
Schie
Schie.
looks in the mood. Average of 103.68, 4 for 5 on his doubles. He's won his first 2 games with the concession of a solitary leg. For David Davies, well, he just put his hands up and applauded the excellence of his opponent there. There's the tale of the tape. Van Schie with an average of 103.68, 4 from 5 when it came to the finishing. There was not much not to like about that performance. Van Schie, a 4-1 winner. Next up, Davidson against Biggs. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jimmy Schie, with an average of 103.68, got the better of David Davies by 4 legs to 1. Game number 5 sees Andy Davidson and Martin Biggs go head-to-head. 2 players that were bageled in their opening games of the morning session, looking to respond here. For Andy, it was a struggling start. Didn't have a dart at a double in 8. 4-0 loss to Jimmy Schie. Whilst for Martin Biggs, he was beaten by Brian Raman, averaging 82.65. He played okay in that game, but was outscored by Raman, who then took his opportunities at the outer ring. But you'd expect a better version here of Andy Davidson in comparison to the one that we saw in match 1.
I would be flabbergasted
97
if we get the same stuff as we saw in game number 1. That was just a bad start for Andy. You've got to take it on the chin and move on.
43.
He started the day in 3rd position. He's now 5th. But he's still got the same amount of points
60.
as Davies and Raman. So opportunities to climb his way back up the ladder a little bit in this one.
And if Davidson does lose this one, then instantaneously the goalpost will shift to doing everything he can to scramble a spot in Group B on Thursday and Friday night.
42.
Not that these players need extra motivation, but you look at who's in Group B this week.
95.
You wouldn't mind a game against Simon Whitlock. Thing is, if you think about someone like Andy,
81.
he's grown up watching someone like Simon. He might be thinking to himself, I'm never going to get a game against him. He's going to be finished by the time I come through. Now, it is a very real possibility. As much as you want to win the group, the second prize could be a game against a legend.
And I just get the feeling with Andy that he's just embracing every single thing. I don't think he ever expected that this was ever going to be something that's happened to him. And I still think even a year on from his success here, and despite becoming an established name, that he's still pinching himself that he's in this particular position.
57. Martin, you require 140.
Pigs looking at the 140 to get the break. Not to be on this particular occasion.
54. Andy,
now, this is the kind of checkout that will really start to get Andy's day moving in the right direction. Something just like that.
First leg, Andy Davidson.
He's got a bucket load of personality as Davidson.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first.
Give it the full Angel of the North there.
Having a bit of fun as he wins his first leg of the day.
I think even Martin saw the funny side of that one.
100.
Well, I get the sense that Martin is going to enjoy this experience for what it's worth. The smile hasn't left the face. It could be so easy for a player to be in Martin's position where he's played okay, but he has got absolutely nothing to show for it so far. And it could be so easy for your head to go down and for your shoulders just to slump a little bit and feel a little bit sorry for yourself. But it doesn't look like that's the case for Martin.
140.
He's 43 years of age, which means he's not going to mope around like a stroppy teenager. Now, if you were to put a young person in his shoes this week, they might think, well, what am I doing?
140.
You know what they say about the golf course compared to work? The worst day on the golf course
125.
is still better than your best day at work. That's a genuine saying. And a lot of the people who come here from the amateur dart circuit, they have full-time jobs. And some of those jobs are
And you require
very
106.
heavy lifting, difficult, unsociable hours.
100. Martin,
So
you
by
require
virtue of that,
96.
your worst day at the Super Series is still better than the best day at work.
We're going to level up at 1 apiece. Picked up just 4 legs yesterday, did Martin. And he's not going to pick one up here. And so
56.
Davidson's going to have a
Andy
couple
requires 60.
of darts here, providing he stays straight to open up a 2-love lead. Double top. 2-0 Davidson.
Second leg.
This
Andy
is much
Davidson.
more like it.
Third leg.
It's a lot
Andy
steadier,
to first.
that's for sure.
Game on.
Now, you mentioned that Martin did get 4 legs yesterday.
45.
Got the most amount of legs in a game for him yesterday against Andy Davidson. But his conversion rate on doubles wasn't great. He was 4 from 27.
60.
The disparity between the person who had most darts at double yesterday
48.
and anybody else in the top 5 of the table, it was very tight. The most darts at double, 45. That was from Jimmy Van Schie.
140.
Then the worst of anybody in the top 5 was
100.
Tom Sykes at 39. That's only 6 darts at double all day.
$60.
Coincidentally, Henry, what do you like in your morning bagel? Literal question. And don't say you don't like
84.
bagels, because everybody likes bagels. Apart from cinnamon ones, they're rank.
Just a bit of butter and stuff like that, I suppose.
140.
Paul Nicholson has
Martin, you require 101.
thrown his microphone away as Martin Biggs looks at 101. 6 darts here to get the break back and to return this game to throw.
61.
Davidson not on a finish. Biggs is going to come back for 3 at double top. It'll be his first 3 darts at a double
76.
in this
Martin,
contest.
you require 40. Game shot on the third
Just
leg.
like that.
Martin Biggs.
Lovely jubbly. In the game now. Averaging more than
Fourth
Andy.
leg. It's Martin to the row first.
And with a
Game
break back, this game is very evenly matched.
Well, it's game very much back on again, isn't it, between this pair?
Are you sure you just don't want a little bit more than butter?
54.
I can't leave it at that. Have you never had a smoked salmon and cream cheese bagel?
No.
100.
Oh, Henry. Maybe they don't do them in Portsmouth.
You've seen some of the cuisine around here.
6.
It's very eclectic. There's a very good Nigerian place down the road.
100.
Don't knock Nigerian food. Jollof rice. Haha. That's good stuff.
$140.
Martin Biggs can smell something here. And what he can smell is opportunity. At 2-0,
97.
if he doesn't get back in the game at that point, he's going to get rolled. But now that he's back in this game, his focus has just gone up a notch.
Well, he knows his opponent is struggling a little
41.
bit, and he can sense an opportunity. He can sense some daylight, perhaps, for the first time in this group. But is Andy Davidson going to bolt the doors shut straight away?
108.
Yes is the answer. First max of the match.
He
Leaves himself on double 12 after 12 to break again. and to re-establish his firm authority on the game.
100. Andy required 24.
He knows where double 12 is. He's gone further away, opening the door.
Martin, you require 106.
It is now a jar for Biggs to level up. Still a jar. Bullseye.
69. Andy required 12.
He did well to recover. But is this a leg he loses?
6.
Andy will be crestfallen. He knows this leg should be
37.
finished.
He knows he should be in control of this game, and he could be back to level in a couple of moments' time if Biggs can find double 16. In which he can, squeezes it into the bottom corner, and we are back level at 2-2 in a game that Andy Davidson was dominating for a long time.
Game on. $108.
1900. Just like that. And you get a celebration from Davidson. It's like he knew.
All before a bit of time.
140.
And what did we say a little bit earlier on today? It's not just about the maximums. It's about the backup and in-between scores. If you get a 180, back it up with something of at least a one treble nature. Even 85 is good.
91.
Or 81. Tons and 140s are very good as well.
45.
But you do leave the door ajar sometimes when you score a 45. Biggs with a ton will be to a finish first.
There's been a few loose starts, haven't there, from Andy in this contest. There's been some good stuff, but there's also been some
6.
mediocre stuff in there. I'm sure Gattuso said something similar once in a press conference in the past, but I cannot paraphrase that word for word.
125.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good.
Something like that. Davidson 51 then for a 3-2 lead. And to put himself back on top
Andy required
in a game
51.
which he had led 2-0. And he now leads it 3-2.
Andy Davidson.
And now a leg away from his first one of the day.
Yeah, he's digging deep, isn't he? This is a game he feels he has to
6
win
flag. It's Martin
to stay in
to throw
touch
first.
with
Game
Jimmy
on.
Van Schie. Even with a win, he would be 4 points behind. And that leg difference at the top of the table is glaring.
81. 60.
If Andy caught the highlights of yesterday's Pro Tour event, he'll have seen Gary Anderson put in some massive numbers again and hitting a 9-darter against Krzysztof Ratajski.
6.
But the plaudits yesterday went to Gezi Price, picking up his second floor title of the season. And what a great run for Ian White, making his first final on the
91.
Pro Tour for 5 years. Congratulations to Ian.
Fair to say a run out the blue for Ian Diamond White there. But Gerwin Price would go on to claim that particular title. And what a start to 2025 the Iceman's having.
100.
Yeah, Ian White took out Luke Littler 6-5. What a game that was.
59.
And even when today is done, these guys will be looking at those results and feeling inspired about what their futures could look like. We've all done it.
140.
There are some people who want to come to the Modus Super Series and they just want to play here every year. And we love people like that. But we don't mind the people who are looking at this as a lily pad.
120.
It's a place where they can blossom and as a place they can grow. Biggs isn't going to take out the 120, but he has got time to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
44.
It'd be the first last leg decider we would have seen today in the 5th match of the session.
99. Martin, you require 76.
He might just need this as well. Just about gets the single.
36.
Very small margin between that dart and tops. Andy Davidson's on match point.
52. Martin,
But if he's going to get a go at tops in this leg, he has to rely on Martin Biggs to miss a few.
Game shot.
He's not going to miss anything. And we go all the way to a last leg decider.
And for Martin, this is progress. First time he's had 3 legs in a match. He's pretty difficult to read.
121.
I wouldn't want to play him at cards. He looks like the kind of guy who is always looking at the glass half full. But when I look at his face throwing darts at the board, he looks like he's just drawn 7 deuce. When in fact he's probably holding aces.
121.
Just gets on with the job at hand as Martin Biggs, and he
40.
may have an opening here to win his first match, because Davidson has just let slip. A visit at just 40 has opened up the door for his opponent, and that first dart screamed to a man that knew what could potentially happen in a few moments' time.
You spent much time in Northamptonshire, where Martin is from?
45.
Not particularly, no.
It's got some nice bits. But it's like the middle of the country.
136.
A lot of people see it as something they pass on the motorway on the way to London or going up north. Wellingborough's a lovely town, just outside of Northampton. It's also home to a legendary dart player by the name of Cliff Lazarenko.
60.
Big Cliff, legend of the sport. Davidson looking at 144 to claim a 4-3 success. Biggs had an opening in this last leg. You may still have an opening if he can pick off another treble here.
100.
But you feel that Andy Davidson is a slender favourite. He'll feel in his mind 6 darts and 144 to wrap it up, unless Martin Biggs can find something big.
Andy's confidence is a little fragile in this one. And this shot is off now, so at least Andy's coming back for another chance. He couldn't take out 92 in the previous leg to win.
51. Andy require 88.
He gets first poke. Can he take it?
It's the bull. It's not 54. There. And so Martin Biggs is going to get a match-winning opportunity for the first time this week. Stay straight, he should get a dart to the bull. 14 leaves him that. The bullseye for Biggs.
42.
Not to beat, he's had a match dart. Both players have had a match
34.
dart. And so Davidson, double 17, splits it. Hits it and seals a 4-3 success. He made hard work of it in the end, did Andy Davidson, but he has got the better of Martin Biggs in the last leg decider. And hey presto, there we go. That's just a bit more like it. Davidson in the winner's enclosure for the first time this week, and this is how he did it. An average of 81.24, 4 from 14 on his doubles. He gets the better of Martin Biggs in the end. Our next game sees a 2-time Champions Week runner-up in Tom Sykes. He's looking to go one better this time. And Champions Week, well, it's now not too far away.
Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D! Darius Labanowski! 54. Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Schie wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require
I
20.
think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Schie.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Schie!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where before the break, Andy Davidson got the better of Martin Biggs in a last leg decider 4-3. Game 6 sees Brian Raman and Tom Sykes go head-to-head here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. 2 players that have been involved in 4-0 games today, but one on the right side and one on the wrong side of the scoreline. Brian Raman have an average of 93.94. Deposed of Martin Biggs by 4 legs nil, whilst Tom Sykes surprisingly lost by that scoreline to David Davies. Average exactly the same, 16 darts per leg, 93.94 in that particular contest. And for
First
Tom Sykes, if he's going
Tom to throw first.
keep
Game on.
tabs with Jimmy Van Schie at the top of the table, you get the sense that this could be a game of utmost importance.
99.
Mentally, after that 4-0 defeat to Davies in Game 2,
81.
my opinion is that Tom, going back to the practice room, has had a look at the fixture sheet and said, right, who's next? Because they're getting it.
140.
So here, I expect Tom to go into a bit of a rampage
58.
mindset. Because when you get done to 0, great dart players
58.
want to do that to somebody else to make them feel better.
The Roy Keane mentality when it comes to darts.
100.
Can you imagine if he was a dart player? How much fun that would have been.
Could you imagine a game between him and like a Kevin
140.
Painter, say, for example?
Wasn't Roy Keane the manager of Ipswich?
Indeed he was.
Yeah, I don't think they would get along
98.
much.
Tommy requires 64.
One promotion, didn't he, with Sunderland back in the noughties.
Game
And
shot.
that's a good start for Tom Sykes. 15 data, 1-0.
First leg of the day. First of plenty.
Second leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game
But
on.
this may be a round of play that sees a bit more closeness than round 1.
58.
Well, it's been all or nothing for Tom Sykes. He's won 4 games, but the 2 games he has lost in this group so far, he has lost them 4-0 because his defeat to Jimmy Van Schie yesterday was
95.
also a bageled scoreline.
Well, maybe he likes more than butter on his bagel, Henry.
59.
Not going to let it go.
$58.
A lot of people have asked me, actually, over the last few years, with these guys playing at 9:30 in the morning and getting into the building around 8,
48.
what time would they have breakfast? Well, very early. You have to program yourself
139.
slightly differently for this challenge, and based on the time slot between 9:30 and potentially 2:30, 3 o'clock.
96.
So what you see is these guys having a somewhat light, carb-filled breakfast,
136.
so that it will last them throughout the session. And then they tend to have a late lunch, because you don't want to
50.
play with a full
Tommy
stomach. That
requires
is
73.
100% a no-no.
It's finding that right mix, and
Yeah,
Tom
shot on the
Sykes is
second
finding
leg.
that
Tom
right mix
Sykes.
right now. You said that whoever he played on the draw sheet next better be prepared. Well,
Third leg, it's Tom to throw first.
29 darts
Game on.
later, Sykes is 2-0 up.
It's almost as if the last 18 months
140.
we've gotten to know Tom quite well, and we know how he operates.
54.
If this game was going to be categorized in one way, it would be
108.
orange and green should never be seen without 3 darts and the 60 in between.
Well, that maxi there has put the
59.
Tom Sykes average now in excess of 113, and it looks like Brian Raman has just been left a little bit punch drunk here. He's on for a
145.
potential 10 darter.
Brian Raman is not playing poorly.
108. Tommy required
He's
36.
just hit his first max, and he's
It's on
getting
the third leg.
hit
Tom
by a
Sykes.
truck.
39
Fourth leg,
darts
it's
for
Brian
3
to the
legs.
first.
3 for 3 on the
Game on.
doubles, and an average of 115.62.
Did you see that facial expression from Tom?
93.
It was one of, right, now we're cooking.
And by the way, he's done that in 4 minutes 16 seconds. The record match time's on offer here.
100.
He's going to have to win 4-0 in the next minute.
81.
In order to get the fastest game time, you've got to play well and quick against someone who's quick. Merck's had that with Klassen.
125.
I've seen it from the likes of Usher and Scott.
41.
If he gets a 12 here, it's going to be close.
Here's another. Doesn't get
96.
it. Very borderline.
He's going to need 2 visits.
60.
I don't know if he's got enough time.
100.
It's so close.
And that drop dart there may have just killed the time.
If he hits 2 tops, he might get it.
Tommy require
He's got about
80.
10 seconds.
For the quickest game ever. Double top for clean sweep.
Game shot.
4-0.
And the match.
And it
Topside.
is 5 minutes and 38 seconds for Tom Sykes to demolish Brian Raman. As quick as it gets here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. What a display. Average of 111.33, 4 from 4 on the doubles, and a match completed in less than 6 minutes flat. Coming up after the break, Martin Biggs takes on Davies. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the question was, how would Tom Sykes respond to a 4-0 defeat in his opening game? Well, the answer was quite emphatic. A 4-0 victory against Raman and breaking the record for the quickest game here at the Modus Super Series. 5 minutes and 38 seconds it took for Tom Sykes to sweep aside Raman, doing so with an average of 111.33. And as you can see, 4 out of 4 on his doubles. A superb performance there from Tom Sykes. That brought to an end the second round of fixtures on this Tuesday morning, and what a morning we have seen. So far, so good for Jimmy Van Schie. 2 wins and 2 for him. Doing so with the solitary concession of a leg, and it means that he has a 2-point lead at the top of the table going into the middle round of fixture of the day. Van Schie and Sykes do go head-to-head in Game 8 of the session. That's how the table looks, and we're now going to watch a meeting between Martin Biggs and Davies. It's the beginning of the third round of fixtures on this Tuesday morning, Game 7 of the day. For Martin Biggs, he had match darts for the very first time to win a game this week in his 4-3 defeat to Andy Davidson. Meanwhile, for Davies, he beat Tom Sykes 4-0 with that 93-94 average. Played okay, but was beaten by the 103.68 of Jimmy Van Schie in round number 2. But what are we going to see here, Paul Nicholson, in the first game of round 3 of the session?
I'm really looking forward to seeing what's next. Because after what we've seen from Sykes, it feels like Tuesday is delivering a vast improvement on what we saw on Monday, and that's saying something.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
I think because that previous game was the quickest, it takes a little bit of something away from the performance. And if we may say so, 111.33 is the best we have seen this week. It's one of the best of the series. But maybe the scariest thing is it's not the best we've seen from Sykes when he's been on the stage.
125.
He's been as high as 113 and change, hasn't he?
He had 113.43 in a 4-0 victory against Adam Paxton back in August last year. That was in a Champions Week match. Also had an average of 109.82 in a Champions Week game against Scott Taylor in Series 6. So these are the types of levels which, in terms of Tom Sykes' play, we've kind of become accustomed to.
Maybe he just likes playing people who are also strawberry blonde.
100.
He has been labelled as the second best ginger in Yorkshire by someone who was in the semi-finals on Saturday night, Tommy Lishman. So that battle will rage on.
Well, Tom Sykes will be hoping to have the last laugh because he'll be in Champions Week come Saturday night.
I've heard it from more people than ever before in this series.
137.
I want to win one of these. It's a somewhat vanilla thing to say, but it's got some power behind it.
61. Martin, you require.
It's also from players as well that have just dropped off tour. They see this as a real big thing for them. It's not just something that maybe a Martin Biggs is saying this is big. This is big news for any player that sets forth in this building.
34. David, you require.
Is that an invitation for Big Fish number 3 of the week? That was so good, that first dart. That's why he's so disappointed with dart 2.
90. Martin, you require 7.
Well, Biggs here may only get one dart at a double to win this opening leg. And that one dart is going to be a double top. So that dart is not going to be found. And so Davies will return here for AT to get the breaker to open up a 1-0 lead. Went tops. Not really something we conventionally see from David.
40.
And he hasn't found the target at the end either.
20.
It really isn't the kind of thing we see from Dye. Nearly worked. He finds himself 1-0 behind.
Martin Biggs. Second leg, it's David to throw first.
There's something we're seeing from Martin today, and it was happening yesterday as well. It's something we have coined in darts as fanning. So when you get flat flights in a packet, when you take them out, you have to fan them out. And 99% of dart players like them to be even angles. Look at that one. And that one. And that one.
91.
Obviously, Martin doesn't like them to be perfect right angles. And it drives the majority of us crazy.
99.
You know how tennis players in between points, they fiddle with their strings to make sure that they're straight? A lot of dart players fiddle with their flights to make sure that their angles of the wings are perpendicular.
41.
Or giving you those exact 90-degree right angles. Obviously, Martin thinks differently.
Doing his thing on the stage, Martin Biggs.
93.
Still looking for that elusive first win here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
27.
Did you get a look at those gold darts that Rob Cross, Luke Humphreys and Luke Littler got last week, by the way? They are just glorious.
Yeah, put that somewhere safe, fellas, because
140.
that is worth some dosh.
£30,000 worth. If you were to buy a watch worth that much, it is a legal requirement that you get it insured.
41.
So that's what they have to do.
David,
Now
you
they've got them.
require
They've got to get them insured.
113.
So David's looking at 113 to level up at one apiece for another ton topper, double top.
Game on the
Superb.
second leg. David
He had the
Davies.
161 earlier on in the session. He's now found the 113 and we are back on level terms.
Third leg. It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
If you were going to become World Darts Champion, Henry, I know it's a bit of a stretch, and you got the £1 million prize, albeit it's not $1 million, because you have to pay
41.
your percentage to the PDPA, and you got to pay your tax bill, and you got to pay agent maybe. But if you did get that check, what would be the
99.
first thing you would do? If this is putting butter on a bagel, I quit.
Probably a nice car.
100.
What kind?
Something Mercedes like. BMW, something like that. German sports car.
100.
Okay, you've redeemed yourself.
He
Just like Di has in this leg. With that maximum.
$60.
I know the first thing I'd buy. It would be a Gustav Klimt pen. I can't afford it. I dearly want it.
58.
I wish I could have it. I would just sit and look at it. Everybody's got their little motivations in life.
100.
Do you want a house deposit?
David, you require 164.
Is there a watch you want? Do you want to get something for a kid? College education, maybe? Everybody needs their motivations.
45.
Do you want to start a business? Some people like to start side businesses, like Gezi Price has got a fish and chip shop. Joe Cullen's got a cafe.
Well, it's a good thing just to keep your mind off of the task at hand. It just keeps you busy in different ways.
82.
And
David,
look,
you
when you're in
require
professional sport, you don't
119.
know when things are going to come to a close. So when you've got the opportunity to do it, do it.
And do you know what Lee Dixon did? He opened a curry house.
59.
A very good one.
Martin, you require
That was when he was playing at Arsenal. Nice to see Martin going the right way for 118. Tops for a 2-1 lead. Very
Games on the
good.
Third leg, Martin Biggs.
If that was a curry, that was bellissimo. Wrong language,
flag,
but it
it's
would
David
be
to throw
absolutely
first.
delicious.
Game on. $140.
Well, this is one of them strange games where you have a glance up at the stat screen and it kind of makes no sense. David Davies, with an average 17 points higher than his opponent, provides himself 2-1 behind.
43.
This is more likely to happen after 3 legs with a 2-1 lead for the person throwing first in the match. Because he's obviously used up
140.
more darts to take his legs. And Di has left himself on small numbers, but not getting a look. That's how it works. But from the outside in, it
96.
does look a bit weird.
Max number 2.
108.
Max number 2.
He.
And maybe Davies' scoring prowess is really beginning to come to show here. Really good leg on foe. Potential 11 darter in the offing.
35. David, you require.
Davies has
41.
played really well today. His averages are very healthy. He's looking at tops.
Game shot on the
Now
full
the
flag.
averages
David
are
Davies.
skewed even more. They are 25 points apart
Fifth leg. It's Martin to
And
the
they're level.
first.
on the
Game
score
on.
sheet.
The double 20 goes for an 11 darter, and Davies is back on terms in this game.
$123.
Some of these players might not be thinking about the £1 million prize for world champion on January the 3rd next year. But they might be thinking,
46.
what would I do with £25,000?
At this level, £25,000 really is career-changing money.
So much can be done with it. It
44.
could give you the solid basis you need financially to have a crack at the tour. It could be enough
95.
to get you a car or a house deposit.
Well, we saw what Adam Warner did with 5,000. Put it into a pot to go to Q School. Won his cards, and the rest is history, as they say.
$40.
Won it back, didn't he, at Q School in January, so Adam will be on the tour for another 2 years.
Someone who doesn't live too far away from Dye. They're good pals, I hear. In fact, when Davies was here in the
87.
previous series, winning on the Saturday night, Adam Paxton was in the audience.
Yeah, former weekly winner. Won his week in Series 8. Playing on the Pro Tour today, which gets back underway in Leicester from 1
60.
o'clock this afternoon.
And boy, do you need good darts just to get a win there. Some of the numbers yesterday were sickening.
Don't care what anybody says. The standard now is as good as it ever has been.
100.
Yeah, we have heard from some people this year saying that the standard isn't any different. Those people are being obstinate.
26.
Davies here, 6 darts on 173 to get the break and open up a 3-2 lead in this match.
57.
He's himself on 116 to do exactly that, and it feels like now that possibly the prowess of Davies is just beginning to really exert in this contest and excel in this contest.
44. David, you require
116.
116.
For the break and a 3-2 lead.
To pick this game apart.
76. Martin, you
The only way
require
things turn around
164.
is if Martin does find his biggest finish so far. Not really under threat.
So Davies here
30.
looking at double top to
David, you
open up a
require 40.
3-2 lead in the contest, and it would be a break which would give him the darts of the match in the next.
Game shot on the
Clip
fifth
off the
leg.
barrel and in.
David Davies.
And David Davies leads this contest by 3 legs to 2.
Sixth flag. It's David to throw first. Game on.
Biggs has only had 1 ton plus checkout. That was in this game. 118. Everybody got a ton plus checkout yesterday, bar him. So at least he's joined that club.
90.
But he wants to join the points club. The problem he has is that even if he improves by about 6 to 8 points today, average-wise. That might still not be enough.
131.
And the problem is, there's sometimes Group A's where he may have an opponent or two where if he misses a couple of opportunities, he may be able to come back. He's not being afforded that luxury. I mean, he's 2 from 3 on his doubles in this game, but the scoring power is deserted, and Davies has found his third max of the match, and maybe he is beginning to put his foot to the throttle, and this game may be drawn to a close.
45.
I think people have got to start taking Davies seriously, you know. I think he's a lot better than people give him credit for.
97.
This is a wonderful performance. We can get away with the 111s and the 103s that we've seen today. But if we're looking at this logically,
140.
this really is a great performance from David.
And he's got 6 darts on 134 to bring it to a close. And he is going to need that full quota of time.
94.
Just looks really comfortable. Even when he was behind, he hasn't panicked. He's just stayed on that 95-ish average and 50% on doubles.
44. David, you require
Double
40.
top here to complete a 4-2 victory and to complete another really good performance. And each of David Davies' 4 of the last 5 averages for Dye have been in excess of 90. He really is now beginning to become a preeminent force in this Group A. For Martin Biggs, well, he did well to keep pace with his opponent there, but David Davies just had too much, didn't he? Average just under 95, 4 from 7 on the finishing. The 113 really put the game in his favour. Coming up after the break, what a game as Jimmy Van Schie takes on Tom Sykes. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series
To the Modus Super Series, where Jimmy Van Schie is about to take on Tom Sykes in Game 8 of the session. And it's quite the week here at the Super Series. Group A really has lived up to the billing, and the Fast and Furious pace will continue into Group C on Thursday afternoon, when we see the return of Tommy Morris alongside Carl Wilkinson and Darnell McCrory, whilst Group B sees Simon Whitlock, Mike Gillett and Mark Dubbridge in action. Group C will get underway Thursday from 1 p.m. Group B Thursday from 10, and all of the action is live here on Pluto TV. So, to game number 8. All smiles before we get underway in this meeting between Tom Sykes and Jimmy Van Schie. Two players off the back of big averages in round 2. Van Schie 103.68 in a 4-1 success against David Davies, whilst Tom Sykes broke the record for the quickest ever game here at the Super Series, an average of 111.33.
Game on.
4 from 4 in his doubles. 5 minutes and 38 seconds to dismantle Brian Raman 4-0.
Yeah, but he didn't get a ton plus checkout, did he? As if that's a thing.
134.
Some people come here and they just set records.
139.
Tom Sykes is that kind of player. But this is a fixture in this building. It feels
43.
like Man United versus Liverpool. It's got a big game sense about it.
57.
There's an expectation when these two ply their trade against one another on this stage. And an expectation is we're going to see quality
140.
stuff. And this, a quality start for both players.
But who thought this would become a big fixture a year
58.
ago? Not many. If you'd have had Tom Sykes versus Jimmy Van Schie last March, it would have just been another game.
47.
A year on, it's one of the best games we can give you.
108.
And that's a reason as to why.
Jimmy required
And that 180 has led Sykes to the 2-dart to the break, and Van Schie isn't going to take out the 137, so the Castleford Tiger is going to get a look at this.
57. Tommy requires 67.
Double 16.
35.
There it is again.
Jimmy require 80.
It's always the same spot.
So Van Schie, who has evaded an opportunity to be broken, is going to get a dart to hold at tops.
He has done to Sykes what Sykes did to Raman at the end of that record-breaking game. 80 on tops
Tom to throw first.
and a 1-0 lead.
Game on.
And on top, remember, Jimmy can win this game. He will open up a 4-point lead at the top of the group at the halfway point of it. A seismic lead, especially when you consider some of the other clientele that are in there. On this game, 4-0 yesterday with an average of 105.474 from 6's doubles. Tom Sykes got drubbed despite averaging 97.5 in that contest.
Do you think there's something in the fact that Jimmy plays against Tom when he's wearing orange?
58.
It will maybe fire Jimmy up a little bit more because that's his home colour? I mean, this shirt would not look out of place at the Premier League in
58.
Rotterdam.
Well, I wonder whether they like techno music as much as they do in Castleford in Holland, or the other way around.
I can't envisage that. Can you imagine walking down the high street in Castleford to a little bit of Dirk van Dijvenbode's walk-on music?
$58. Jimmy
Well,
requires
Jimmy really has
32.
got everybody's number by the looks of it. Well, that was a bit quick. 73 is his remaining number.
72. Tommy require 152.
74.
Double 16,
Game
152,
shot,
back
second
on
leg,
terms.
Tom Sykes.
Are we surprised that we've got brilliance in this game? Not
Third
one
leg, it's
bit.
Jimmy to throw first.
Personally, I was too busy doing my maths on the previous shot to see that Sykes was on the 152, but what a shot that was. And this time he gets double 16 right.
100.
Think about Yorkshire versus the Netherlands in darts. You might think that's a bit of a peculiar rivalry.
100.
It's not new.
He
It's not new. Priestley Sholton.
57.
Maybe in the BDO days there were some Yorkshire players going up against the Dutch. Scott Waits, for instance.
Scott Waits, Wesley Harms for a time was probably one of the pinnacle fixtures in the BDO.
41.
And Schie here has 6 on 161.
$137.
Jimmy's at it again. He's averaging in 3 figures
24.
once more.
Beautiful guide. Surely now. Nestles it in beautifully and leads this game by 2 legs to 1.
The way this one's going, we have to look forward, potentially, to who Sykes plays after this. Now, Andy Davidson could be a victim to Sykes if he's drubbed again by Van Schie.
58.
You saw what he did against Brian Raman.
$100. $100.
What's your estimate as to where Sykes is going to get? Where's he going to be in 5 years, do you think?
96.
He is a top 32 player in the world.
In 5 years?
The numbers, the level. For me, there's a lot about what Tom Sykes has done the last 18 months, which is very similar to what Jan van Veen's doing. I know there's an age gap between the pair, but look at results, look at performances, look at the way they've been trending in the right direction.
58.
He's the type of player, I think, if he gets on tour, stays on tour. But I think the biggest problem will be getting the card.
114.
I can totally understand what you're saying. Just to give you some sort of perspective, when Rob Cross was at the start of his first Pro Tour season, I saw 2 people having a discussion as to how well he would do.
100.
One person said, I don't think he'll keep his card after 2 years. The other one said, I think he's going to do very well. And the person who said
Jimmy
he wouldn't even keep his card after 2 years
147.
will feel a little bit silly now.
Well, Van Schie isn't going to find the 147. Sykes will return for
93.
70 to level
Jimmy
this game up at 2
requires
apiece.
2 hits.
Game
Just
shot of
about.
4th leg, Tom Sykes.
And this is a lot closer than it was yesterday.
We have a contest
5th
on our
leg,
hands.
it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
This game is more important for Sykes than Van Schie.
134.
Jimmy wins. He'll go to 14 points with a 4-point cushion, which is what he wanted after 3 rounds of play today.
108.
If Sykes wins, we're level,
He
with other people trying to chase. Now this game's going into overdrive.
108.
Well, this is what we came for. This is what we wanted to see.
108.
Tom Sykes is on the 9.
He
And if he doesn't hit it, he might lose the
93.
leg.
Tommy require 141.
It's one of the things he doesn't have in this building.
The Castleford Tiger is not a cat with
65.
9
Jimmy
perfect
require
darts.
94.
Respected, reciprocated by Jimmy. But despite that attempt, he may lose the leg still. May have had to have hit the 9 to break the throw. That is how ridiculous this leg has been. Oh, this would hurt Tom Sykes.
78.
Head would have been in hands
Tommy
if that
require
went.
76.
I had looked twice. I thought that was in. He didn't recover.
36.
You lose the line on that shot, you pay the price.
Jimmy require 16.
Jimmy, who was 2 from 5 on his doubles in this match, can now be 3-2 ahead.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Jimmy
And
Van
is 3-2
Schie.
ahead with a 13 darter. Tom Sykes had threatened the 9 in that particular leg. But it's Jimmy
Sixth
Van
leg,
Schie
it's Tom to the row
who has a
first.
3-2 lead. And
Game
now
on.
finds himself within a leg of a 4-point buffer from Sykes in the
58.
league table.
The only thing missing from the scoring power pack in this game
140.
is a 170 plus score from Sykes. Everything else has been hit.
Well, there you can see
44.
the treble 20 has been absolutely decimated in this contest. That's match number 6.
108. He
Shared equally at 3 apiece. But Van Schie now has 6 darts and 181 to
95.
put Tom Sykes away again, and to put Tom Sykes away, averaging over a ton again.
That's what he's doing really well this week. He's
140.
maintaining a really high level of performance. If someone drops off for about 2 minutes, he is mauling those
89.
players.
Jimmy require 41.
And there really is a zip and a pace about Jimmy's play. He really is enjoying this. And he would enjoy the result if he found the double 8 there. He is going to come back for 3 more 2-4s to claim a 4-2 win.
And it just goes to show the fluctuations of emotion.
59.
Defeat,
Jimmy require
record-setting performance, and it could be defeat again for Sykes.
Jimmy Van Schie looking at double 2. And now the Madhouse.
No score.
Well, he's had the
Tommy
152 in this
require
game, Sykes.
156.
He may need to find the 156 to take us all the way. He's not going to. And so Jimmy Van Schie, the average has dipped below a ton now.
58.
But the most important task
Jimmy
for him was to pick the
require
points
8.
up. And if he finds this double 4, he'll have a 4-point gap at the top of the Group A standings.
This time he's got a marker on double 4,
Game shot
which he
and the
uses
match.
surgically.
Jimmy Van Schie.
Another great game between these two, but it goes the way of Jimmy once again. It was closer today than yesterday, but his level of performance was able to give him the chances to win the match before Sykes could get back into it. 6 legs is what we got. I have a feeling we're going to get 7 from them tomorrow. But Van Schie now has a 4-point cushion at the top ahead of Raman against Davidson.
Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Schie wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire
requires
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Schie.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Schie!
Welcome back to Pluto TV's continuing coverage of the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jimmy Van Schie got the better of Tom Sykes by 4-2. Game number 9 sees Brian Raman and Andy Davidson go toe-to-toe here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A meeting of Belgium and Scotland. 2 players in the middle portion of the table. If Andy Davidson wins this one, he'll move level on points with Tom Sykes on 10. If Brian Raman wins this, then he will be on 8 points. And for the pair, it's been contrasting fortunes on this Tuesday morning. Andy Davidson got off to a slow start, losing 4-0 to Jimmy Van Schie. Got the better of Martin Biggs in his second game in a last leg decider. Meanwhile, for Brian, he beat Martin Biggs 4-0 with a 93-94 average, and then lost 4-0 in 5 minutes 38 seconds to Tom Sykes. He was on the receiving end of that 111.33 average from the Castleford Tiger.
100.
You'll probably write that particular game off and just say that that was more down to the spectacular play of his opponent.
58.
But you get the sense that both players will be looking to find a decent level in this one, just to really, more than anything, get their day going.
A win for either player
140.
gets them very much in the fray for Group B if Jimmy's not stopped.
125.
It's more drastic for Brian because he's got 6 points. He would then join Davies and Davidson with a win.
97.
2 points adrift of Sykes on 10. But if Davidson does book his ideas up again,
49.
he can actually go ahead of Sykes if he gets the right result here. And considering how poorly he played in round 1,
Brian, you require 100.
to be second after round 3 on Tuesday is not bad.
Well, Raman isn't going to find what would have been the
98.
third big fish finish of the week. Both of the
106.
first 2 belong to Tom Sykes. Is the first leg going to belong to Andy Davidson? Because he's found the treble 20 and he's found the double 13 and he's taken out the 106. And he's done so in consecutive days to get the break in the
Second
opener.
leg, it's Andy to the row first.
Against Brian Raman,
Game
who
on.
grits his teeth and lets out a yelp of frustration.
59.
If you are asking yourself the question, who in the world of darts was born on April the 1st? Well, I'm about to tell you. One of them is Charlie Martin, who was here on Saturday night.
100.
So we had Scott Baker's birthday yesterday. He was here last week. Charlie Martin's today. He was here last week.
57.
It's actually Carlo Van Pier's birthday today as well. Someone that
96.
Brian knows. And Chris Gilliland of Northern Ireland. Someone who's been here many times. Happy birthday to Gilly.
134.
If you're going to get your April Fools in, you better be quick. You've only got about 11 more minutes.
$60. Andy require 106.
Well, is it going to be a case of dart vu for Davidson? This time diverts wide into the 5 on the 106. Raman 150. And this could well be anything.
Yep. That could have been anything.
Andy require
Usually people go the other way around.
Raman missed double 18, and Davidson's
52.
missed one at 18s and 9s in the second.
36.
Dart of the double was not pretty whatsoever. And so Raman, to square us back up,
Game shot
finds double 18, his favourite on the board, and gets the break back.
Third leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
All is not lost in this format as long as your opponent doesn't have 4 legs.
Absolutely.
37.
I knew there was something about this day that I didn't like, you know. 12 years ago, I lost in a Euro Tour final on April the 1st.
58.
So thank you to all the players on the hockey today for cheering us up.
96.
I say us. I'm talking about myself, but the level of play we've seen today would cheer
43.
anybody up.
Who did you lose to, incidentally?
Newton.
Should have really gathered that one, shouldn't I?
Yep.
100.
He's the fly in my soup.
He.
Very friendly fly, but he's still a fly.
135.
Well, Andy looking to inject something into his game, and the blind 180 was an idea which wasn't really executed.
$43. $21. Brian, you require 145.
So the man here, 6 darts from 145 to re-establish his lead at 2-1.
133.
Fascinating. Or to spend just a few seconds in the mind of the Riddler.
140. Brian,
Who
you
thinks
require
about that?
12.
Double 3. Or 2 double 2.
Game shot
that'll
the
do it.
third leg. Brian Raman.
But that's the peril of leaving double 6, isn't it? If you split it, you're going down to 3s. He doesn't care.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to
Had
throw
a
first.
1-0 deficit
Game on.
into a 2-1 lead in this contest. And now, Andy Davidson has it all to do.
137.
I can't quite put my finger on Andy today. Really poor start.
57.
Second game, there was signs of life. And then in this one, it's felt a little bit patchy.
58.
Some players have to go through that. Not everybody can play at that really high octane consistent level all the time. Predominantly what you're going to be doing as a dart player is searching for something.
85.
You have to make peace with that. It's not always going to be rosy.
96.
What's your favourite darting name? As in, when you've heard it, you think, that's a great name.
85.
So I've got a belter.
As in for the name of a player.
Yeah. Dortmund
100.
Open, 1986. Yiel Vermaat beat Bert Vlodingerbroek. And he would go on to win the
97.
tournament the next
Andy
year
require
against
110.
Biel Schreiers.
Patrick Klingelhofer is definitely one that's up
58.
there.
That's a good one.
Davidson looking to level this game up at 2 apiece. He's going to get a
100.
couple of darts at
Andy
the target of
require
choice.
52.
And the target of choice is double 16.
20.
Well, you could see the puncture mark there where it
Right,
came
you
in and out the
require
board.
77.
And it's given Raman a reprieve for the break.
That's where a collision does not help. Interesting.
Gets
Brilliant.
on the full
That
flag.
third
Brian
dart
Raman.
is imposing and bulldozing. That's what he does best.
Fifth flag. It's Brian to the road
Andy
first.
Davidson may be licking
Game
his
on.
wounds a little bit because that double did come in, but deflected off of the barrel of the marker dart and now finds
41.
himself with an uphill task from here, trailing 3-1.
46.
This race for the top 3 spots is getting very
6.
interesting indeed. Biggs has cut adrift. He's already looking at Group C
97.
on Thursday and Friday, but Sykes, Davies, Raman and Davidson, there could be 2 points between all 4 of them, with Jimmy Van Schie in the wind.
100.
And Van Schie in the wind is a very tough task to try and
6.
claw back.
Even more so when you consider he's got Biggs next. Raman
65.
apparently is the person who can stop him. Based on yesterday and their
100.
previous head-to-head records.
$65.
Well, Raman's left himself on the big fish to win it, but what dent can Davidson make on the 198?
55.
Not much.
Brian, you require
And
107.
Raman may feel he's got 6 from here. He may only need 3 to wrap it up. The bullseye would have been to have won it with a big fish.
And you require 143.
It was definitely on the hook. And the game could still be.
65.
So we have to wait
Brian, you
for
require
170 number
45.
3 of the week. We might not have to wait long for a Brian Raman victory, a second of the day. First, he's got to figure out how he wants it.
And after all that thinking, decides to go conventional.
Game
And then
shot
fire
and the
home
match.
the double
Brian
16 to seal a 4-1 success against Andy Davidson. A patchy performance from the Scot, but for Brian Raman, it's a win that puts him on to 8 points. And it looks like that pair are going to have quite the battle for Group B qualification now. This is how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. Raman winning 4-1, average just under 84, 4 from 8 in terms of his doubles. Coming up after the break, Jim Van Schie up against Martin Biggs. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 9 games on this Tuesday morning. This is what we've watched so far in round number 3. Victories for Brian Raman, Jimmy Van Schie and David Davies. This is how the table looks going into round number 4 of the day. Jimmy Van Schie 14 points, 4 clear now of Tom Sykes in second. David Davies, Brian Raman and Andy Davidson all on 8. Martin Biggs looking for his first win here on the live lounge stage. The problem he's got Jimmy Van Schie here, who is running red hot once again. Now, if you've been looking at our social media feeds, then you would have seen that there's a brand new specials week for 2026. The Harry Potter week, in which the house rules are darts must be thrown from 9 3/4 feet. There's a golden snitch where a bullseye finishes an automatic win. Wands for darts. Darts must be at least 12 foot long. No problem for Jimmy Van Schie. Dress code. Players must be wearing a robe at all times. And there is a sorting hat where the crowd must wear traffic cones on their head. I think some people have got too much time on their hands.
I can't wait for Lord of the Rings week. Because I picked Jimmy. He is a tower after all. Are we going to have a Biggs Bang Theory week as well? Which means Martin's got to come back. If you could have any special week, what would you have, Henry?
Oh, you know my answer. World Masters week. Best of 3 sets, best of 3 legs.
First leg, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
But you'd have to call it something else because it wouldn't be World Masters. But I'm totally on board with the format. Me personally, mixed pairs.
90.
A format that doesn't really get talked about much anymore. It used to be really important. Eric Bristow used to play with Maureen Flowers. Mixed pairs around the world is still a bit of a thing.
36.
They're playing WDF comps, England Open, British Open, that type. They still have mixed pairs competitions there.
Back in 2008, we used to go to the Goulburn Open just outside of Canberra.
140.
And they'd still have mixed pairs there. I actually played blind mixed pairs with Mitchell Clegg's sister Amy. Mitchell Clegg is still the youngest person to have ever played at a World Championship in the PDC, by the way.
Because Mr. Littler played at the Lakeside at the age of just 15. Won a game at the Lakeside at the age of 15. Beat Ben Hazel, went out second round to Richard Vainstra, although admittedly Vainstra dropped the highest ever average in the history of that competition on him.
Because he needed to.
81.
It's a great contest that was.
170.
And Schie looking at 170 and plenty of time to take out leg one. Another one of them. Would have left the bull. And I think the way that he's playing and the way he's feeling, he would have gone for it.
Starting to fear that maybe Martin is not going to get another win today.
30. Jimmy requires 65.
His last 2 games are against Sykes and Van Schie.
45.
And I think Martin would have targeted those first 3 games as well. Knowing who he would have had on the draw sheet, he would have thought, right, I need to do my damage early on just because of the height of the opposition later on in the day. And I don't mean literally in the case of Jimmy Van Schie. But this double 10 was very good to him in his first match of the day against Andy Davidson. He found it 3 times en route to a 4-0 victory against the Scot. He's found it first time there. And he has the early ascendancy in this contest.
Can we play another round of great darting names? I've got a corker. 1st of April 2012.
100.
There was a tournament called The Main Event in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Canada, won by a lady called Bonnie Lapierre. But her opponent had an even better name. Crystal Brazil. What a name that is.
When you consider the day of the year it is, are we 100% sure that they are their actual names?
Absolutely 100% true.
140.
Just looks so assured right now, doesn't he, Jimmy Van Schie?
Why wouldn't he? I wonder how many weekly titles he's going to get here this year, because you can imagine now.
53.
If he's here all year, which I'm sure he will be, if he reproduces what he did last year, he could have 6.
108.
And someone could have had 6 on Saturday night in his good friend Steve West. I wonder if they're on another collision course.
Another time, another place for sure. It won't be in this series, we know that for a fact.
96.
This is 111 data to break the throw.
56.
Leave himself on top.
Martin,
Biggs is going to have to find the 110 here, you
110.
feel, if he's going to get himself back on terms.
Still on. 57 bull. For a wild one. Oh!
Game shot on the second leg.
Just
Martin
goes to
Biggs.
show that treble one can sometimes be your friend.
Third leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
Even Jimmy Van Schie can
Game on.
afford a wry smile on his face. He wouldn't have enjoyed it from the inside, but what a recovery that was for Martin Biggs.
51.
He's doing more today than he was yesterday. He's had multiple ton-plus finishes now.
And this is all you can ask from a player, to be better on day 2 than you were on day 1. And that is exactly what's happening here in Martin Biggs'
40.
case. But he will not be too happy about that bounce out there.
He won't be happy with it, but I think he's someone who will be used to it.
45.
Because his darts do land in the board a little bit sideways when they hit the board. It's because of his address position. He throws the dart really hard because he's throwing it sideways.
140.
And when it goes towards the board, it will correct itself and kink to the right. Whereas Jimmy's are a lot more direct.
99.
He's causing problems for Van Schie all of a sudden.
Well, this game has got a different complexion. Van Schie was left on tops when Biggs took out the 110 in the previous leg.
42.
Could have been 2-0 up, but this game could be heading in another direction. And importantly as well, this is a break chance here for Martin Biggs.
$136.
This is much better, far more workable. The averages have reached a more equal measure. It's plateaued a little bit.
94.
And for Martin Biggs,
Martin, you require 48.
a chance to break Van Schie. Double 16. 2-1, 14 data, break a throw. That was really good.
Leg, Martin Biggs.
And everybody else below Jimmy Van Schie in the table are
leg,
just
it's Martin to the
suddenly
first.
pricking their ears
Game on.
up.
Absolutely right. It's not facetious at all. But Sykes, Davies, Raman, Davidson, they're all saying, come on, Martin, do us a favour.
54.
Do you know if Martin and his family were going to have a lie-in on a Sunday, do you know what they would call it?
140.
Go on.
Biggs in blankets.
That is the
81.
worst one you've done yet.
There's time yet?
Oh, God.
6.
That one was for Hendo. He loves a good dad joke. Well, if you are watching from Northamptonshire and you do know Martin, get in touch, let us know.
21. Check 6.
That was an eventful visit.
There was a lot happening there. Well, I did have a message from James Richardson yesterday morning saying that he is a handy player, and he is showing that. The only problem he's got is
140.
the clientele he's with. Plays county with Ricky Evans, so he can play.
So he's probably played at the Burton Latimer Club a lot.
11. Jimmy required 160.
Good fun in there, actually, watching county games. Good bunch of people.
57.
Yeah, very much a family, isn't it, when it comes to the county side of the game? People you would have played with for 10, 20 years, they just become lifelong friends.
Especially in Northamptonshire.
59. Jimmy required 104.
To get back on track. Jimmy's got time on his side.
56.
But it's not a vintage performance, but if we may say so, the fact that a non-vintage display or a B-game type performance from Van Schie is still a 90 average,
6.
just goes to show where his
Jimmy
game is at.
required 48.
You said he's still playing to type in terms of his annual numbers. Double-double
Edge on
makes
the
it
full
2-2.
flag. Jimmy Van Schie.
For the year, he's averaging 90, is Jimmy Van Schie.
Fifth
So
flag. It's Jimmy to the
what,
reverse.
for a lot of players we'd call
Game
him
on.
fairly good, has become fairly par for the course for him.
93.
Have you ever seen a Sequoia?
Not in person, no, I don't think.
I'm surprised by that, because you've been to British Columbia, haven't you?
I probably have then and probably didn't realise.
Get them all up the west coast of the United States and Canada.
57.
Must have then, must have.
They're the really tall trees that, if you want to see the top, you've got to pretty much crane your neck to the sky.
56.
Get a lot of them up towards Oregon, Washington State. Particular in California, but with the modern climate as it
85.
is in California, a lot of them get burned every year now.
60.
Martins just seems to be losing his grip on this game.
59.
It was also bright at 2-1 up, but since then, his scoring performance has started to wane.
And against Van Schie, he has been able to, maybe not in the sparkling way that he tends to, but it's just been able to snap the game back into his favour. But it's very, very tentative out there.
55.
This is the part of the group where things can get very congested. Or if someone really finds their form, they can get that kind of gap
100.
that they can use all Wednesday to get Group A success. Didn't necessarily happen last week. Jamie Atkins saved his best for last. He would take it to the final round against Mervyn King.
99. Jimmy required 132.
Schie here looking at 132. Looking at another one of them. But I don't think he likes the liar dart one. But Nestle's in a second. Double 16. Jimmy Van
Games
Schie,
on the
that
fifth
is
leg.
special.
Jimmy Van Schie.
He's the big man for the big moments, and he has
Sixth
come up with
flag.
another
It's
one
Martin
there.
to the row first. Game on.
Well, that was a snap, crackle, and pop, wasn't it? Beautifully crafted. Understood the lie, made it better. 3 pure darts.
97.
We are getting a little bit of everything this week. Fast games, 170 finishes,
140.
champagne. We've had a 9-dart attempt from Tom Sykes against Jimmy. This is the kind of week
85.
that we will remember for years to come.
a golden week here in the live lounge in Porto. Jimmy Van Schie is beginning to find those golden darts. 50th 180 of the week.
Just to clarify, that's not just Jimmy.
24.
Having said that, if you look at Luke Littler's stats this year, he's probably looking at about
81.
maybe 100 legs for 5180s.
Which is a really scary thought. Van Schie only needs to shop for one triple here to
59.
get himself
Jimmy
a dart at a
require
double.
100.
And he's got plenty of time to wrap the match up. He found the 1-3-2 in the previous leg. He's not going to go out on a ton in this, but what he is going to do is leave himself on tops after 12.
That first dart to me looks really interesting. As if it would be a blocker for the single 20, but he's so tall that he can just glance it over the top.
81. Jimmy require 40.
Tops to cap off what has been a professional job.
Game shot.
And finishes off with a
Jimmy Van
14
Schie.
darter. He was embroiled in a scrap with Martin Biggs for large swathes of that contest. But the 1-3-2 to win leg 5 was a real catalyst for him. He then rattled off a 14 darter to complete a 4-2 win, which temporarily opens up a 6-point gap at the top of the table. And this is how he did it. Average of 91.17. And that's been one of his poorer displays in this group. 4th and 7 on the doubles. The 1-3-2 was superb. Coming up next, Davies takes on Brian Raman. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jimmy Van Schie made it win number 4 from his 4 matches today with a 4-2 success against Martin Biggs. Game 11 is a meeting between David Davies and Brian Raman. These two in the middle portion of the table. Looks like they're going to be involved in a race for Group B. Beginning this match, both players on 8 points in the table. For David, well, it's been another day filled with decent performances. His lowest average, 88.83. Couple of averages in excess of 93. For Brian Raman, it's been a bit of an up and down day so far. 2 wins, 1 defeat.
First
2 decent performances.
It's David to throw first.
And the one poor
Game
performance, admittedly, was on the receiving end of 111 averages from Tom Sykes. But the first game of the day, first start of the game, shall I say, is a bounce out.
80.
He's just had a fender bender with the wire. I think he's left a dent in it.
140.
Certainly left his mark.
It's not Jenga, is it?
Who would want to play a game of Jenga?
You don't like Jenga?
59.
Same for who would want to watch a broadcast match of
That
Jenga?
game is made for you, Deacon. You've got small hands.
90, sir.
Absolutely tailor-made for you.
What can I say?
Yeah, pick-up sticks wouldn't be your game, but Jenga, you would be an absolute worldie at it.
85.
Except for the fact there's hand-eye coordination involved.
44.
You've got plenty of that, haven't you? I'll give you a game of Jenga. I bet you beat me.
I'm sure the boffins downstairs will be sorting that
139.
out as we speak.
David,
Now, which way is Davies going to go for this? 1983? Apparently so. Oh, not 1983. He was going 2025.
98. Brian, you require 120.
So a man looking at 120 to get the breaker throw. Double top.
82.
There's been a few occasions this week where Brian
David,
Raman has
require
found ton plus
40.
finishes when he's found himself in a bit of bother, but he's unable to find one that time. And so Davies will return for
Gets
tops,
on the
pins it
first
first
leg.
dart
David Davies.
to take the opening leg of the contest.
Second leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
Of the wow, there's another one. And both
80.
to start legs. That's one each.
Both very violent as well, but both players do, particularly Brian, throw the dart with real velocity about it.
59.
Maybe these guys both played an April Fool after 12 o'clock, and that is their bad luck out the way.
92.
Well, it didn't do too much damage in terms of David Davies' progress in the first leg. Brian Raman would be hoping for something similar in leg 2.
What is your favourite board game, by the way, Henry?
27.
Please tell me you've got one.
I used to enjoy Operation.
100.
That was fun. Scattergreaser's fun.
40.
And you can't beat a bit of Trivial Pursuit. Well, technically, this is a board game.
121.
Literally a ball game.
Brian, you require 108.
So a man here looking at 108. He's got 6 darts to level up at 1 apiece. How to go the 14s with 88 left.
76.
He's left himself on 32 and left Jack Guy with a bit of a headache.
Yeah, who would be a referee when Brian's around? Be prepared to play countdown.
105. Brian, you require 32.
Stop David from getting a shot.
Game shot at second leg.
Does
Brian
it immediately. Very well done by Brian.
Double 16 goes, and we are level at 1-1.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
So what's Brian's next hairstyle going to be then?
Well, I can't see him having a mohawk.
A mullet. With the perm top.
140.
Otherwise known as Danny Jansen's hair on steroids.
58.
I can see him having a mullet with that curly top.
Well, they're back in fashion, aren't they?
Apparently so.
Even if Neighbours is no longer on the telly.
If he does get a mullet, he's going to look like Weird Al Yankovic.
140.
And in the course of this game, it's just hit it.
59.
Yeah, David Davies is more of a no-nonsense kind of guy. Go to the barbers, give me a tiny bit of wax and let's go.
97.
Short back and sides. With a little bit cut off top.
135. David, you require 124.
2 players on 8 points on the table. Someone is going to join Sykes on 10, but who will it be?
60.
The person who is lagging at the end of this one, they're going to be behind the 8 ball a little bit.
David, you require 64.
Davies has got Davidson. At the end of the day, Raman has got Jimmy Van Schie.
Double top.
44.
He's not there.
Brian, you require
He'll be hoping for more opportunities, but that relies on a man not taking out the 149, and he's not up to that particular task. And so David Davies back for double 10 to open
David,
up
you
the 2-1
require
advantage in
20.
the contest.
Game shot on the
And
third
it goes.
leg.
That's
David
two
Davies.
16 darters on throw to the 2-1. Decent performance this from Dye.
Fourth leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
I don't know about you, Henry, but I think Davies looks more dependable than ever.
140.
He looks ready for this challenge. And whereas he has had good groups in the past, this looks really assured.
There's a feeling now that his base level has gone up by about 4 or 5 points. And because of that, he's gone from a good player to a dependable player, as you say.
134.
A player with potential to a player of expectation.
We can start the conversation to see who the best Welsh player is who comes to the Super Series. Because even though he's got the same amount of titles as, say, Justin Smith or Richard Eric Rowlands, is he the best Welsh player at the minute?
108.
I mean, Michael Huntley was here last week. He's ranked #1 in Wales, apparently. But we're seeing more from Davies at this part of the week than we saw from Mike last week.
Well, the answer's simple. The #1 player in Wales without a tour card right now is Derek Coulson.
82. Brian, you require 47.
No discussion. End of debate. Raman looking for double 16. 12 darter, 2-2.
Brian Raman.
Just like that.
Now that's Jenga.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Absolutely brilliant.
180.
What a great game this is.
And I get the sense, I don't know about you, but
137.
in most other Group A's, this would have been seen as the contest of the day. But because of the brilliance that we've seen from everybody else so far in this group, it's just felt like another match amidst a flurry of brilliance.
Well, Davies is actually playing to tight for the day.
140.
He's averaging just shy of 93 for the day. 45% on the doubles.
60.
A high check out of 161, which isn't even the best of the week. He is Mr. Consistency. Whereas you've seen Tom Sykes go from an 82 average to
42.
111 back to 87. Mr. Consistency is 94, is 88,
59. David,
and
you
now he's
require
back towards that
139.
low to mid 90s again. His range is a lot tighter.
There's no doubt that what we've seen the last 6 months is by far the best that we've seen of David Davies in this particular building, in this particular competition. And you can argue that we've seen the best of David Davies in any arena the last 6 months compared to any other point in his
140.
career. Wales
David, you
international
require
now.
99.
And somebody that, when you look at the circuits, you think, well, he could make some real inroads. Is he going to make inroads on the 99?
He was looking for red balloons.
79. Brian, you require 105.
This is the burst, those balloons. Didn't look comfortable there at all. Fascinating stuff. What a great pickup from Brian. As soon as he misses the treble 19, he knew exactly what he had and he stayed in rhythm.
Sixth
That was
flag. It's Brian
magic.
to throw first. Game on.
That now means that every player today has had a ton plus finish. And not often do you get to say that in a session.
55.
But is that a surprise when you consider the quality we've got on show and how that could be a real chastener for David Davies?
It isn't a surprise at all.
100.
It might go somewhat
96.
unnoticed as well, that checkout. Certain finishes that we've seen this week and in previous weeks, they do live in your memory, but don't forget about that one. The 157 from
46.
King on Saturday night is definitely a contender for finish of the series. But maybe the 124 on the Bull to win Group A for Simon Whitlock, that was a belter.
99.
Yeah, Whitlock's going to get a reprieve in terms of a second appearance in Series 10 when he takes to the stage on Thursday night in Group B.
Yeah, it will be his first Group B as well.
57.
I just get the sense that for Simon, playing in the Group B may just suit him better than the Group A. I think there's just a conversation
David's
about
last score was 40.
what the previous score was. 57 was called, the score was 40, and David owning up and giving away the extra 17 points.
59.
Still advantage to the man once known as the Noodle. On 315, you've got to bring the Bull into play unless you get a maximum.
53.
Was looking at the Bull, but he's going to leave himself on 139. What could David do here? 17 points worse off, of course. Well, in a roundabout way, but he's left himself
Brian, you require
on a finish, which requires just one treble to leave himself a go at the double. And he is going to get a look at the 116 to take us all the way.
91.
You might think that's a bad
David, you
last
require
start. It was a very
116.
clever one. Because he was not wanting to bust it. This one's not going to be found. So Brian Raman is on the cusp of joining Tom Sykes on 10 points.
Brian, you require 48.
If he can find 48, if he can find double 16.
16. David, you require 56.
David Davies has been given a stay of execution.
That's exactly what it is. Tops.
46. Brian, you require
Might be time for the
32.
guillotine to come down.
Because a man looks at 32 to get this game home and hosed, to put him on to 10 points in the group. And it actually put him above Tom Sykes in the league table. But that's awkward. double 8.
16.
And there's a lot of tongues in the way.
Davies
5
required
match darts
10.
have come and gone for the Belgium now.
Inside, he's going to be writhing. And the last
shot
thing
on the
that Brian
sixth
wanted
leg.
to hear
David
was
Davies.
game shot and the 6th leg. But unfortunately, he does hear it and has to bounce back.
7th and final leg.
And
It's
he
Davies
let
to
us know
throw
what he felt
first.
about that. And that didn't feel like a
Game on.
soft tap on the chin. That felt like a full-blown punch.
Stop hitting yourself, Brian.
96.
But sometimes you got to wake yourself up.
Well, there's that infamous story, isn't there, of Phil Nixon at the Lakeside in
6.
2007. He trailed Martin Adams by 6-0. And before he came out for the second half of the final, he had stabbed all 3 of his darts into his leg before walking back out to get himself
30.
going once more, to get the adrenaline pumping once more.
Please do not do that at home.
41.
Darts are very sharp. All you do is you throw them forward. And if you're playing someone at home, make sure that that person is behind you.
Surely if you're putting darts into you, or you're hitting the darts into your
125.
fire like that, surely there's got to be some blood coming out. Well, at least a bruise.
140.
I never asked Phil that when he was with us. He
100.
was very tenacious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found his way back into that final. He wouldn't have made his way to the final.
134. David, you
Now,
require
what happens next?
150.
It really should have been Raman on 10 points, but 5 missed darts for the match may have cost him, unless he's got another trick up his sleeve.
57.
Davies unable
Brian, you
to
require 126.
pick up the job. He does leave himself on a 2-darter, but it's an awkward one. Raman should have had a dart for the match. To the second 57's come out of the board, and so
David, you
Davies is going to
require
come back
93.
to nick this game, to pinch it from the Belgian.
It did hit the flight first. Now, what will this do? It's Bull to nick it.
68.
He's been cool on the bullseye today, but when he needed it more than
Brian,
any
you
other
require 50.
moment, he is gone a begging, and so Raman here, look at it, double 16, now double 8.
34.
7 match darts have come and gone, and you can hear how
David, you
frustrated he
require
is.
25.
It's a game he knows that he should have in his back pocket, but it may well be David Davies who takes the points. Brian Raman is living in the background. But David Davies has an awkward dart here at double 8 to an end. He doesn't know which side to go.
This is really difficult.
17.
So now he's missed 3,
Brian, you require
and Raman has
16.
missed 7.
Well, he gave that dart the best possible chance, but it's all about composure now for Brian Raman.
This is how to turn anger into joy. If he stays angry, he will not hit this.
Game shot and the
But he
match,
finds it
Brian Raman.
at the 8th time of trying double 8. And Brian Raman, under the lights, has stolen the show. A 4-3 win against David Davies. That's how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. A 4-3 win for the Belgium. An 87 average, 4 from 13 on the doubles. And that moves him on to 8 points in the group. Coming up after the break, Tom Sykes takes on Andy Davidson, looking to reduce the gap to 4 points.
people can poke holes in anything as long as they've got something to poke with, and it's usually a YouTube channel or some form of social media account. Help? You want help to be a professional dart player? Well done for making the UK Open. Win, and then you can have some money. Turn up for work and get paid. That's professional sport, is it? Poppycock. You want to turn up and get something for nothing, you're in the wrong sport. So if you expect to have a full-time job and then go to the PDC Pro Tour and succeed there, and you think you can have best of both worlds, good luck to you.
Yeah, we had a very interesting conversation this morning on the Tungsten Tour, which will be available on Pluto TV in due course, regarding yesterday's announcement of the prize money increase in the PDC. And it's fair to say that Paul Nicholson was very much on his high horse for that one. You were enjoying the sparring match.
Giddy up, everybody, that's for sure. Well, sometimes certain subjects are going to come up, and there are going to be lots of opinions, like there was on social media last night and during yesterday afternoon. And there was a lot of people disagreeing on certain subjects, and we're all entitled to our opinion. And you're definitely going to get mine on that Tungsten Talk.
First leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Which is available soon on Pluto TV. But to our 12th game, which sees Tom Sykes up against Andy Davidson. For Sykes, he's looking to
100.
pull to within 4 points of Jimmy Van Schie at the top of the table, ahead of his clash with Brian Raman in match 13 of the day.
$99.
For Tom, it's been a decent day. So look, he's never going to live up to the hype of day one, but 2 defeats from 3.
56.
He's had that 111 average, but you sense he needs to just find something here which is fairly routine, get himself back on the horse.
He's got to do what Davies has been doing.
92.
Just be a little bit more dependable with the stuff that isn't 111 average.
134.
If someone doesn't go on the rampage for the rest of today and tomorrow, Jimmy Van Schie is going to win this group.
52.
And I think they know it.
$100. Tommy require 158.
We saw what happened the last time Tom lost. The next game was irresistible.
Well, it was 5 minutes and 38 seconds of sheer brilliance from the Castleford Tiger. Davies got his last game going for Tom Plus finish, but did not like Dart 1 because his darts sit down on the board. He's got next to no view of the treble. That's why he's had to traverse the board. He's not going to find, and so Sykes will return for the Tom to make it 1-0.
He's got to go elsewhere now.
56.
16s was the
Tommy
right player.
100.
Very close to getting the 60 that he wanted.
40.
And that's one of the reasons why he didn't go tops, because of that big vertical angle.
Well, that might be a helping hand for Davidson. Double 10
40.
doesn't go.
Tommy requires 60.
Sykes is going to have to spurn one. And 60 can be awkward because his darts stand up to attention. Open pair double 10.
Game
Found for 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first.
You know, I can envisage Tom being a very popular dart player when he goes to the pro circuit, because it's going to happen.
57.
And if he's going to get some dart shirts made for infants, just call them Tom Tykes.
96.
You know, I said the one earlier was bad. Yeah, that one's worse.
58.
He's going to run an academy and call it Tom's Tykes. It's got a nice ring to it. It's all about branding.
100.
This is what people have got to understand. This is not me going off on one, by the way, because of the tungsten talk we've had.
100.
You want to be a pro dart player, you got to be a brand. Tom is doing a pretty decent job up to press about making himself a brand.
134.
This is what everybody's got to understand. If you go to the Pro Tour wearing a plain polo shirt, expecting to be a superstar, well,
76.
that's not going to work out very well, is it? It's all about what you wear, how you project yourself, how you play, and how you interact.
131.
Got to be the full
And he
package.
require
And on the
170.
playing side, Tom Sykes has got exactly that, and he really is beginning to build a reputation off the hockey as well. He's a recognisable face, a recognisable figure. And he's a man that has a 2-0 lead thanks to a 13-dart breaker throw.
Third leg, it's Tom to throw first.
You won't like him when he's
Game on.
angry.
He's from Yorkshire.
97.
He's got a ton of grit.
$59.
The Pro Tour's gain over the next few years is going to be everybody else's loss.
60.
I'm so sure that he's going to the Pro Tour in the next couple of years that if he doesn't, I will gladly wear a Baltimore Ravens shirt for the day.
Mark that one down. Was it 12:49 on April the 1st, 2025?
It's not gonna happen.
100.
He's going to the Pro Tour. It's as simple as that. People of his capability do not fail.
Well, Andy Davidson has had a couple of flyers
44.
in this game. It has not happened for him whatsoever on Tuesday.
96. $85. Tom, you require
This is for
108.
3-0. To undo some previous damage.
76.
If I had £1 for the amount of times he's missed double 16 like that this week, I could get myself a meal deal.
43. Tom, you require 32.
Depends where you get those meal deals from.
You know me. Very fancy supermarket.
Moves across the
No
board.
score.
The angle was awkward. Couldn't
And
find
he
a way
require
through.
107.
That's just been upgraded. I can get an extra large one now.
Andy Davidson has shown no signs of
58.
taking out the 170. Isn't
Tommy
going to take out the
required
170. And so Sykes here looking at 32 for a 3-0 lead. And now up for double 8. And in the
Game's
double
on the
8.
third leg.
And Tom Sykes finds himself free clear and finds himself in full control of this contest. He has
Fourth
this
leg,
game
it's Andy to
exactly
throw
where he
first.
wants it.
Game on.
Andy Davidson not really been able to provide much way of
100.
opposition so far in this contest. And so Sykes has just been able to plot his path quite effectively so far.
100.
All of a sudden, it's starting to feel like round one again.
$140.
4-0 victory will get Tom Sykes to
48.
12 points and a leg difference of +6, but that would be 15 adrift of Jimmy Van Schie. What we have seen today
55.
is Jimmy stretching his legs, and that is something in itself.
45.
But the kryptonite of Jimmy Van Schie is about to find its way to the stage in Brian Raman.
140.
And it looks like it's not going to take very long because Tom Sykes once again is making light work of a match here
85. Tom, you require
for the
66.
match. And to wrap this game up in next to no time at all, looking at 66. Now looking at tops.
26.
That would have put him to within 4
Andy
points
require
of the Dutchman.
141.
Yeah, Davidson knows the writing's on the wall here.
105.
Unless Tom
you
Sykes
require
falls off a cliff.
40.
So tops for Sykes. Double 10.
30.
Doesn't go. And so
And he
Davidson has an
requires
opportunity
36.
to further extend this contest.
Game shot on the fourth
Didn't need a
leg,
marker,
Andy Davidson.
and he's surprised to hit one. Don't be surprised. This
Fifth
game is
leg
all about
Tom to
getting
the
a shot and
reverse.
taking a shot. That's
Game
exactly what he did.
He's taken the opportunity, but Tom Sykes has the insurance policy of the fact that he has
140.
the darts in this leg to get it done, to get it won.
One of the other
100.
reasons I believe Tom Sykes was really strong for England over the weekend is because this format has become second nature to him.
96.
England matches used to be best of 5 legs. Now they're best of 7 in the men's game.
100.
And that is a widespread change that was made in county darts as well as international darts.
57.
Sykes again on the cusp. And he's going to get 6 darts from 208 to eventually get the beating of Andy Davidson.
94.
Performance where Tom Sykes has just done what he's needed to do. Hasn't really done too much more than that.
Enough is always enough.
60.
Win
Tommy
the
require
game
114.
by any means necessary.
Triple 18 leaves double top to have
94.
wrapped it up with a ton topper.
I make that 5 missed match darts. The last thing he
11.
wants to keep doing here is
Tommy
splitting
require
doubles.
20.
So 2 10s.
Game shot.
Seals
and the
it
match.
eventually for
Sykes.
Tom Sykes, and he moves back to within 4 points of Jimmy Van Schie at the top of the Group A table. He beats Andy Davidson by a 4 legs to 1 scoreline, and this is how he did so. 83.17 the average. That was despite missing 13 darts and a double in that contest. For Andy Davidson, well, Tuesday has just not got going for him whatsoever. Next up, Brian Raman takes on Jimmy Van Schie in the first game of the final round.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Schie wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George, you require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
it.
job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Schie.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Schie!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've really enjoyed today's play. Lots of ups and downs, as you can see. Lots more games won with the throw today, in fact, as well. But Jimmy Van Schie has failed in his attempt to lose a game because he doesn't want to lose a game. But now he will face his stiffest test because he's up against Brian Raman, noted as one of his bogey players. And after losing to him yesterday, he has found himself in this very buoyant position, winning against everybody else and with a 4-point cushion over his old rival Tom Sykes. It looks like everybody's trying to catch Jimmy, but they're not going to do it today. What will the margin be? That is the question. Raman starts the game on 10 points. He would like to get to 12 to keep Jimmy at 16. If he does not do that, Jimmy will be a heavy favourite to win this group.
And so what happens when Jimmy takes on his nemesis? And Brian Raman has played some decent stuff today. There's been some good performances. A lot of it's been around the late 80 mark. Kicked off with that 93.94 against Tom Sykes. But the last couple of games, Jimmy Van Schie has been a different animal. It's been more of a business-like performance against Martin Biggs. Prior to that, averages of 96.4 to beat Tom Sykes. And then the 103.68 to demolish Davies. And it just looks like with Jimmy, there's no signs of fatigue or anything like that. He could just keep going at this level all day long.
60.
How many games do you think it would take for him to get tired?
About 8.
Yeah, based on a pro to a day
96.
or maybe a challenge to a day. But if you play 2 consecutive challenge to us in the same day, you're playing 16 games. Now, Andy Bolton
59.
has done that. He's done 16 wins in a day, which is ridiculous when you think about it. That's like winning Group A
100.
and the first game of Saturday concurrently.
100.
Without the day's break either, doing it all in one fell swoop, which is quite the achievement. But Jimmy openly admitted that Brian is a bit of a bogey player, and it is the
96.
Belgian that's got a extended advantage, just on the basis that he's got the throw in this first leg. 6 darts on 188, the pair both on the same number.
60.
But only a 60 there has opened up the door potentially for Van Schie.
Everybody on Planet Darts has got a bogey player. Even Luke Littler. He's got Price right now.
140.
when he was here,
Brian, you require 128.
Andy Bolton was that bogey player.
70. Jimmy, you
He
require
went for a single
48.
18 there, and he's absolutely smashed into his own dart.
Some calamitous collisions from
Yeah,
Brian
shot on the
Raman, but
first
Jimmy Van
leg.
Schie
Jimmy Van Schie.
found the break to seize the initiative. He needed one at some point, and I suppose the best time to get it is right from the very
Second leg,
get-go.
it's
Setting
Jimmy
his
to throw
stall out
first.
is the
Game
Dutchman in this Lowlands battle.
You spent much time in the lowlands?
140.
Not yet, but that's something I'm planning on doing.
It's not very hilly.
Surprise.
40.
It's a nice place to drive.
I can imagine that.
Nice place to cycle as well.
93.
But you know what the best thing is about Belgium? The Custer declares.
Well, that's not the first in this game, and that's
39.
not the first all day altogether that Brian Raman has had a dart violently be rejected out the board like that, particularly when it's been a close collision with another dart.
It's not a bounce out, it is a collision
101.
resulting in the dart hitting the floor. You hit the flight, then the dart slaps the board and the point doesn't penetrate.
167. Jimmy, you require 167.
That is incredible housery. Well done, Brian. It would be even funnier if Jimmy had hit it.
Oh, and Jimmy would have given it some
100.
gusto if it went.
That's one of the moments of the week so far. That was fantastic.
Just because I can,
97.
Brian Raman
Jimmy
said.
requires 67.
And Schie looking for 2-0. Double top.
27.
Well, he's had a 167 in this
require
leg. Can he finish it off with a 158?
It reminds me of when Van Gerwen did it at Chisnell at the 21 Worlds.
87.
Dave's got
Jimmy
141
require
left
40.
and Van Gerwen's hit 141 to leave himself on a double. That was just genius.
Game shot on
So
the
was
second
that.
leg.
2-0 Van
Schie.
Schie.
Third leg, it's Brian to throw first.
Must be something
Game on.
about that area of Europe. That might be something they do very often when they play local darts or in
84.
cafes. You go for the shot that your opponent's left on.
108.
Well, if Brian's a bogey player, I think Jimmy might have found a Kleenex.
100.
Well, he said yesterday that there was more in the tank for him. Well, he's certainly showing more and showing too much
134.
for the rest of the clientele in this week.
At this rate, Jimmy's going to get Thursday and Friday off, which
94.
the Jimmy Army are going to be very happy about because that's a guaranteed Saturday appearance.
57.
And 2 days of Jimmy Van Schie traversing around Portsmouth well.
59. Jimmy require 130.
Be able to shake the hand of the Spinnaker Tower, will Jimmy?
He gets a shot at the bull. It was right on line.
Brian, you require 164.
This one is getting away from
Jimmy
Brian
requires
really quickly.
25.
He's in big trouble here, Raman. Oh, he thought it was in. Back in, Jimmy. Back in your box, pal.
13.
That is one very
Brian,
long,
you
thin
require
box.
110.
Well, this would hurt. This very much would hurt.
74.
But the 110 isn't going to go, and so
Jimmy, you
Van Schie will
require
return
12.
for double 6 to get the double break.
The last thing he wants to do is leave himself on double 3.
Game shot
What
on the
do
third
I know?
leg. Jimmy Van
Just
Schie.
forget about what I just said. Scrub it. He loves double 3. It's 3-0.
Fourth leg, it's Jimmy to throw
24
first.
Raman to ponder, but for
Game
Jimmy
on.
Van Schie, he's a leg away here with the darts in his hand to complete the perfect day. 5 wins and 5,
134.
and he'll have a temporary 6-point gap at the top.
I can only imagine that someone of his height going for double 3 is the equivalent of
95.
standing on a bridge trying to throw a stone in the water.
$96.
You look at his position when he gets his darts out the board. Look how far above double 3 he is.
97.
Oh,
76.
cruel. He was looking to finish the day on a 170.
Another violent deflation. It's been a fair few today, and not just by the same
59.
players, but about 3 or 4 players have had something similar happen to at some point in the session.
57.
You might stay with the 19s on that shot as well.
100.
So we're going
Jimmy require
2023 or 1983? 2023.
That was mightily close on the second
84.
treble. Raman wants a couple of
Brian, you
treble
require
19s himself to leave himself
105th.
double 18. So to go 54 first because Brian Raman does what Brian Raman does. He's
138.
left himself on a double
Jimmy
though.
require
And
53.
Schie though comes back for the perfect day, comes back for the card. He's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double 18.
Game
To
shot
do
and
exactly
the
that
match,
from the
Jimmy Van
first dart
Schie.
to the last. Jimmy Van Schie was simply irresistible on Tuesday. 18 points from a possible 20, and he has this Group A exactly where he wants it going into the last day. He's opened up a temporary 6-point gap at the top of the table. This is how he's done so. 88.41 average, 4 from 10 on his doubles. Tom Sykes has the opportunity to move in 4 points overnight if he can get the better of Martin Biggs, and we'll be watching that match on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Jimmy Van Schie has completed the card on day 2 of Group A. 18 points to his name following the second day's worth of play. I'm happy to say that he joins us here in the studio now. Jimmy, many congratulations. Really good day for yourself. What will be your overall assessment of things?
I think I played a very decent day today, and yeah, I've won all my games, so I'm very happy with that. And we got one more day to come, so I'll be focused for the day as well.
In terms of the performances today, it felt like you won games in all different manners.
Yeah, that's true. I think I played a few decent games and a few games that I struggled and got over the line. Especially the one against Martin Biggs. I needed that 1-3-2. It was a big shot for me, and yeah, it helped me to get over the line as well. So I'm very pleased with that performance.
What does that say to you in terms of your development, the fact that when push comes to shove, you're able to take moments like that out?
That's experience, I think. It helps me to win matches, and yeah, it just showed. Yeah.
And then there was that 103 average as well. That was a real highlight, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good one. I loved it because he pushed me yesterday as well. Yeah, I only just won 4-3, and I knew I had a big game coming up as well. They're all quality players. I try to play my best game every game. And yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And this time, I played near my A game against David. So yeah, very pleased with my performance.
The gap is 6 points at the top temporarily. Of course, Tom's got to play in a couple of moments' time. So the worst case for you is you're going to be 4 points clear going into Wednesday's action. What do you think you've got to do in terms of a job to make sure you win this group?
Same as today, same as yesterday. Focus every game. Every game is important. Every leg is important. Just do what I always do. Try to win. And if I don't, I try to win the next one.
Well, many congratulations, Jimmy. Well done. We'll see you tomorrow. And 2 more games for us to go. Martin Biggs takes on Tom Sykes. I'm going to join Paul Nicholson in commentary.
Yes, Henry, 1 more game for Tom Sykes, just to make sure that he's within reaching distance of Jimmy Van Schie at the top. 4 points seems to be the maximum that anybody is allowed going into a Wednesday if they still want to have a chance of winning the group. If he was to lose to Martin, though, and it was 6, Jimmy Van Schie would have 1 foot and 1 very large part of his torso in Saturday night already, based on the levels that we've seen from him. Now, of course, Tom's going to be a heavy favourite for this game. But don't be fooled.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
These players aren't here on ceremony. They are here to win. And if you take your foot off the gas, someone could bite you very, very easily. So Tom has a job to do himself now. And that job is not only to get the points, but to erode some of this leg difference problem that he has, because now he's 20 legs behind Jimmy Van Schie.
It's not just about winning, it's all about winning big from this point onwards for Tom Sykes.
Excuse me, I thought you said winning bigs.
Well, he'd be hoping to win big against Biggs to give himself a glimmer of hope going into the final day's worth of action in Group A. And visits like that will very much help the cause.
We have definitely not been starved of those today.
Matter of fact, so far today, there's only been 1 match where there hasn't been a 180 in.
$85.
It could well be another day where Martin doesn't get any points.
100.
I've seen people fail to get points in Group A in this series. Bradley Rusnak, Torres Stiliano.
104.
So getting a singular win is not simple.
And particularly when you're placed in a,
45.
I suppose, group of death, really,
41.
when you think about some of the names and some of the CVs that are on offer. Double 16 for Sykes. For a routine take of leg 1. 15 data. Just what you come to expect to this man right now. He knows that this is a game which he cannot afford to slip up. And so I fully expect a professional job to be done by this Yorkshireman.
131.
A professional job by someone who right now may not be classed as a professional. There are 2 different ways of looking at it. A professional job
54.
is something done by an amateur but in a professional manner.
Well, the government's ruling on what a professional sports person is somebody that derives an income from the sport.
140.
Whether it's their full-time income or not is irrelevant. They derive an income from it.
That's confusing. But what if you're a full-time plumber
140.
and you just make a little bit of money from ADC or WDF stuff? Does that make you a professional dart player?
108.
Sykes has left 50 after 9.
What would you do?
Surely. Come on, Tom.
45. Tom, you require 50.
His opponent's not on a finish. So I suppose it was worth a go. But now he's made a bit of a mess of it.
42.
His emotions haven't changed. That was always going to be part of the plan.
Well, one thing he does have is real courage of his convictions
92.
when he
Tom, you require
thinks
8.
about something, goes for it. It is with a plan in mind. And if something doesn't go right, he has got an MO to back himself up.
Game shot on the second
And he is
leg.
backed
Tom
up for the opening leg break with a second leg hold. And Tom Sykes, with an average of 103.66 after a
Third
couple of
leg,
legs,
it's
finds
Martin
himself
to the
2-0 to the
first.
good. Martin
Game on.
Biggs raises his eyebrows and says, "Why always me again?"
I think these darts of Sykes are going in at a different angle these days.
100.
It's marginal, but I think they're going in just the tiniest bit flatter.
45.
That smaller standard flight allows those darts to travel a tiny bit quicker in the air. If I were him, I would give them all year.
131.
Don't mess with any molded technology. Stick with these. They look really good.
And for Tom, everything is in preparation for another stint at
59.
Q School in January. Everything that he does in 2025 is built with one thing in mind, 1 week in mind, and that is at the beginning of January next year.
And I think also it's crucial that this year
45.
he does a few things that he's never done before. Don't just do the same things over and over and over again. Every now and again you can get really
96.
comfortable. Coming back to Portsmouth, okay, it's just another week in Portsmouth. It's important, of course, but he's comfortable here. County darts, comfortable. International darts, now comfortable. Always test yourself by doing
140.
something new. Whether that's doing an exhibition as part of a really big show.
134.
Put yourself
Martin, you require
in
85.
a different situation to test yourself.
Also keeps the mind fresh as well, doesn't it? Different challenges all the time. It's the ball for Biggs. It's not there.
55. Tom,
Now,
you
Tom
require
Sykes has had a couple of
167.
170 finishes, including one against Martin Biggs. Is he going to find the 167 here? The bullseye to do so. And the bullseye wasn't too far
142.
away.
Martin, you require 30.
And Biggs has had some massive shots hit against him. He thought that was going.
Game shot on the third leg. Martin
He gets
Biggs.
his chance and he takes it.
But to his credit, he gets himself back on the board amidst this barrage
Fourth
from his
leg, it's Tom
opponent.
to the row first. Game on.
So you might say, what would Tom Sykes do
108.
if he wants to put himself in
He
a different situation in this evolution of his career? It's very simple. Put yourself in one of the most unsuspecting
100.
situations you can think of. Go somewhere really odd to play a darts tournament. And I mean odd in a good way. Go to a
100.
non-English speaking country and figure out how to win somewhere else. Matthew Edgar's done this. He went to Serbia. He said it was so different to anything else. Go to Iceland.
54.
Go further afield. Go to Asia. Play in Japan. Do something different. It's really important that you do that as a dart player.
100.
And I suppose the thing as well is, particularly for players like Tom, that if they get on the tour next year, they're probably going to stay on it for a number of years. This may well be the only window you get to do different things.
That's so true.
45. Tommy require 121.
121 for Sykes to open up a 3-1 advantage in this match. 25 first, double 18.
103.
But Biggs is a long way back in this leg.
44. Tommy
It's a
require
split or go
18.
situation, but it's not really a sink or swim situation.
2-8 for 3-1.
No score.
Made a bit of a mess of this. Luckily for him, he's got acres of time on his side.
$81. Tommy
Is he going to do the same?
18.
Well, this time he's going for it.
Game shot
Good
on the
choice.
full flag. Tom Sykes.
It's always a good choice when you hit it.
Change of tack, change of fortunes. And Tom Sykes has opened up a
Fifth flag
3-1
is
lead in
Martin
this
to the
contest.
reverse.
One more
Game
to
on.
get the job done. One more to put himself to within 4 points. At least keep himself within touching distance of Jimmy Van Schie. He'll still need probably a perfect day and for things to go in his favour, but he'll give himself a chance nonetheless.
First and foremost, he's got to beat Jimmy. By doing that, you stop him getting points and you get points at the same time.
I think Tom Sykes, as soon as he lost that game to Jimmy Van Schie, would have known he'd have to win every single game for the rest of the group if he was going to stand a chance of winning it.
100.
It's not out of the question. But he might have to rely on somebody else beating Jimmy as well.
100.
Based on the form he's been in the last couple of days, who's that person going to be? It might be Davies. Because he's Mr. Dependable.
And the other thing as well is this. Sykes needs to win this game big, probably needs to win a lot of games big, because not just is he 4 points behind
140.
potentially Jimmy Van Schie at the top of the table, but he will do so with a massive gap against him in terms of the legs difference.
108.
Number 4 of the game, sneaky fourth max.
That's an astonishing maximum. He's left a crater in that 60 with 2 dots glued together. In his last start, he just hit the right
Tommy
half.
require 136.
136 to get the job done. It's not going to be a perfect 6-dart combo to wrap it up, but what he has
Martin,
done
you
is the next
require
best job, leaving
104.
himself on tops after just 12 darts. Biggs 104 to bring it back to 3-2.
It's going to be double 16 to be a nuisance.
72.
It doesn't
Tommy
go,
require
and that
40.
could be that, because Tom Sykes here staring at tops to complete a 4-1 win.
Game shot
And a
and the
13-darter
match. Tom
to
Sykes.
wrap it up. An average just under a ton, 4-180s, and Tom Sykes is still to within 4 points of Jimmy Van Schie going in to Wednesday's action here at the Live Lounge Reporter. For Martin Biggs, another day where he's tried his best, played some decent stuff, but he has come up against a juggernaut of a field. Sykes 4, Biggs 1. The final game of the day sees Andy Davidson take on David Davies after this short break.
anyone who's going to try and attempt to Luke Littler again, my money's on this man.
Here comes Jaden Walker.
180!
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker, take it back! It's Angry James!
For a 2-0 lead, who saw this coming?
Gage on the second leg!
Me and you have a problem. A serious problem. I am the 3 times champion of the world.
It was a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get...
And I have heard a rumour that you think you're going to win this match today. You, my friend, have got a problem. You're getting it!
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Schie.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Schie!
All mouth, it's all mouth. When he says champion, remember that's BDO, all right? You don't want to throw that in, BDO.
There is a chance, but it's not to be. The winners, Angry Ginge and Jaden Walker, win it 3-2.
It's Angry Ginge and 12-year-old Jaden Walker!
The next incarnation of the Super Series Influencer event takes place on the 11th of May here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So big names in action and tickets are on sale. Head over to www.dartshop.tv to get your tickets. The likes of Peter Wachuri, Jimmy Van Schie, Robert Thornton, John Henderson and 12-year-old sensation Jaden Walker will all be in action for that. So it's time for our final game of the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it is a meeting between Andy Davidson and David Davies. For David, an opportunity to move on to 10 points, and it would mean that there'd be a real battle between him and Brian Raman for that third spot, and Andy Davidson could do exactly the same. Although they're both on the same amount of points, there has been a feeling today that these are two players that's form lines have gone in completely different directions.
I could not agree more. Davies has been very consistent. Andy, anything but. It's somewhat surprising to see David in fourth position.
Flag, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
But any win for Davies, that would elevate him to third because he has a better leg difference than that of Raman and Davidson.
58.
No matter what happens, though, it looks like it's going to be Sykes and Van Schie vying for that top spot.
59.
Plenty of points to separate the top and the bottom, of course, because you've got one person who's only lost
46.
once and one person who has not won once. But that's harsh on Martin Biggs.
We were talking at the break, there's many players that have come here on debut and they've lost every game.
99.
And you can understand why. But we have seen many worse players than Martin turn up here and get 0 points from a Group A campaign. He's acquitted himself
59.
okay. Okay, he's had the odd game here and there where maybe it hasn't quite been up to scratch. But that's probably 1 or 2 games throughout the course of the group. By and large, it's been steady stuff. But unfortunately for him, he's been catapulted
54.
in a group where normalcy has been replaced with lunacy.
140.
Davidson's only win was against Martin Biggs earlier. Davies has been put through the ringer a little bit.
96.
Even though Davies does not have the darts in this contest, I would still have him as favourite.
60.
Davidson first to finish, but you suspect that Davies should leave it far more handy of the two.
93.
Good pick off for the last
Andy require
to leave himself on a
138.
ton.
And that could make all the difference. He's now afforded an
98.
out.
David, you
As long as
require
it's not a
100.
single one.
Perfect guy for the treble. Stayed there, didn't find, and so Davidson's going to come back
60. Andy
for
require
double top
40.
to take out the opening leg of the contest. 2 10s, up for 5s, in the
Eggs on
5s.
first leg.
And Andy Davidson is into a 1-0 lead. He shakes his head, wondering where that's
Second leg,
been
it's
for
David to
the
throw
duration of the
first.
day so far.
Game on.
You noticed how his dart shirt is actually coordinated with his darts case.
108.
There's a line from a famous movie called American Beauty where Kevin Spacey says, "The gardening gloves of my wife
100.
do actually match her garden tools. That's not an accident." Just like the coordination of some dart players with shirt and case, that's not an accident.
97.
And we've known this for years because whenever Shane McGurk comes by, everything's really coordinated, isn't it, Shane?
108.
There's his shade of a few weeks. He's confirmed for Group A at Champions Week. All of a sudden, Andy Davidson is just beginning to put something together here. Only problem is,
125.
I was going to say David Davies is hot on his tail, but that single 5 leaves him on 99.
I think you might be right about Andy. Where's this come from?
David, you require 99.
From absolutely nowhere.
Red balloons?
Gates
99
on the
of them
second leg. David Davies.
for a 12 darter. Andy Davidson with 2 maxes, but he needed a little bit
Third
more
leg,
than
it's
that.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
What a leg that is. Ton max max.
100.
And he was on for a third in a row.
This is real quality, isn't it?
$55.
I was asking you a little bit earlier, Henry, about whether you'd spent some time in the lowlands.
38.
Have you been to North Wales?
I have, but not for long.
Don't tell me you were at a Wrexham game or something.
Commentating on a Wrexham game.
80.
Yeah, North Wales is beautiful.
Oh, some of the roads driving in and out were absolutely
61.
incredible.
You spend a bit of time in North Wales. It's no wonder most people stay there for their entire lives. Why would you move?
96.
Flintshire is wonderful. Beautiful part of North Wales.
92.
Davidson's left himself on the big fish. Davies needs to find a treble to do exactly the same himself.
100.
Picks it off for the last
Andy
dart.
require 170.
A fish apiece, 1 apiece.
80. David, you require 170.
Second attempt. And a better first dart. Second time today he's been on that finish. He's found a prime first start and not
Andy
taking advantage of
require
it.
90.
And so Davidson here has got 2 darts in his hand, a double 50 to open up a 2-1 lead.
Game shot on
The
the
first
third
dart was a
leg.
perfect
Andy
guide
Davidson.
for the second one to nudge over the top. Davidson back on top. Davies with a wry smile.
Fourth leg. It's David.
He knew he had an opportunity to break, but Davidson
Game on.
has denied him that chance.
I think Dye's just understood that he nicked the second leg. Davidson's just
97.
pinched that one from him. So this is a nice little battle they've got starting up here.
Some will say all's well but ends well.
108.
But Davidson, with his third max of the match, is really beginning to find something. As I mentioned earlier on, it's been a little bit patchy for him. But I suppose better late than never.
If he goes into Group C this week, this is a bad sign for the people in that group. Because if he's playing his best darts at this time of the day, this would be round 1 of Thursday or Friday.
45.
And we've already seen in the last couple of weeks, people have half-decent Group A campaigns. But when they go to C, they go up a notch, like Steve West last week.
I also feel as if when you get to Group C, you know it's your last chance. Or Group B, you know it's your last chance. And consequently, your brain and the way that you think shifts into a panic mode, a fight or flight mode, which in Group A, you know if it don't quite go to plan, yes, you want to win it, but if not, I've got another opportunity. Suddenly, the opportunity's gone.
81.
This is now an opportunity for Andy.
81.
He hasn't quite taken it. Some people would say in darts you've got a flight or flight mode. Or a fight or fight mode.
123. Andy require 137.
Davies has left himself on tops, but could Davidson find the 137 to turn the game in his favour? The double 16 was not far away whatsoever.
40.
Davies breathes again.
Game shot on the 4th flag. Davies.
Hasn't really had as many darts at double as he had yesterday, but he's been
5th flag. It's Andy to
a
the
lot more
reverse.
efficient. Without looking at the stats, it just feels as if he's had more control today.
60.
He played okay, but I just wonder, we were mentioning how maybe a good night's sleep after the journey from Skegness to Portsmouth might be for him. Maybe just having a good night's sleep, being able to relax for a few hours and then getting back up and making things feel normal again in terms of preparation may have worked a treat for David Davies today.
100.
I can't argue against that. He's going to wind up with less points today if he loses this game.
55.
Wednesdays are always fascinating because we can put the Monday average next to the Tuesday average and we can figure out where they've gone wrong. This group is very simple to interpret. Jimmy Van Schie's the best player.
And there's not a metric that will disagree with that, particularly after 2 days play.
48.
Maybe after day 1, the numbers of Tom Sykes proved that maybe Van Schie was just able to get the bigger wins when it mattered, but Van Schie's been able to back it up on day 2. I know Sykes had the 111 average, but he hasn't quite had the same stall or standard in comparison to his opening day's exploits. And Davidson here has got 6 darts on 175 to
58.
put himself to within a leg of a win, which would put him onto 10 points in the group, level with Brian Raman going into Wednesday's play.
$92. Andy require 115.
That was really good thinking from David. But it's tops.
95. David, you require.
Can you imagine if he finds this earlier on today? He had a 161 against Sykes, but he can't repeat the trick.
100.
Well, Davies has left himself on a double
20.
to break if Davidson bodges free at double 10, double 5. Last dart in hand
10.
doesn't go. And is this the moment where the game changes in the direction of David Davies all of a sudden?
I can't remember him being on double 12 a lot this week. Biggest start of the match.
12. Andy required.
So
10.
Davidson here returns for double 5 to put himself 3-2 in front.
Game shot on the 5th
Clip
flag.
off the barrel
Andy
into the bed. Davidson leads 3-2.
We can now say that's the biggest exchange
6th
of the
flag.
match.
It's David to throw first. Game on.
Horrible pill to swallow, that one, you know. You've had 3 darts at a double, and you're not able to convert to win the leg.
177.
That's his response.
A very good response. And is it one of those games which, at the end of the day, perhaps was destined for a decider?
$60. $41.
Got to move to the 18s here.
41.
And it was a slack last start. But luckily for him, Davidson is nowhere to be seen in this leg.
60.
Unfortunately, that's happened too many times in his last 4.5 matches. He's had a good leg, and then predominantly it's been 2 bad legs.
38.
1 step forward and 2 steps back.
95.
That's actually the first line of a song. We come together as opposites attract. Paula Abdul.
$145.
Great pick off that from David. The 25 leaves him on tops to take us all the way. Davidson, you sense here, needs a couple of chops. Definitely needs one.
60.
He's left himself on a finish, but this game
40.
could well be in the palm of the hands of David Davies again all of a sudden, because he's looking at tops here to take us all the way.
And for only the 3rd time today, we will go the distance. Davidson won against Biggs 4-3 in Game 5.
It's Andy to throw first.
And Davies lost 4-3 to Raman in Game 11.
140.
I think realistically these guys know that the top spot is out of reach. So getting to Group B is now their new goal.
140.
The winner will have 10 points. Davies can get to 3rd if he wins this leg.
85.
Davidson cannot. But he can go to 4th position to put David in 5th.
Which, when you consider the way that he's played today and the way he's played this week, just feels like a bonkers position for him.
Welcome to a bonkers group.
81.
And once again, Davidson finds himself favoured to win the match. But how much room for manoeuvre is he going to get for 195? He's going to get 6 darts manoeuvre for 195. To complete a 4-3 win. This has been hard fought from Andy Davies, and a day which hasn't quite gone to plan. And he hasn't really made many inroads. He's left himself on a finish, but he's left himself on 138.
That could change things a little bit.
And he require 138.
Now Davidson might have to hit this to win. If David Davies wins this game on this 85 checkout, it's because of the previous visit. Giving himself this chance to get out of this game with 2 points. But that makes it very tricky. 72 with 2.
He's got options. And the option is the treble 20 for double 6.
73.
That skims the wire.
And you require 80.
And so Davidson to win what has been a seesaw tungsten title, double 10. Now double 5.
70.
And now he's kissed the wire. And now he's missed opportunities to win this contest. And so David to put the seal on it. Double 6 is found to get over the line, but get over the line just. A puff of the cheeks probably tells you everything you need to know. It was hard work for the pair in the end, but David Davies moves himself on to 10 points in the group, courtesy of a 4-3 victory against Andy Davidson. He'll move above Brian Raman on legs difference going into tomorrow's action. Reaction and analysis to come in the Pluto TV studio on the other side of this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Tuesday's action has come to a close here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. An intriguing day's worth of action as far as Group A is concerned. And come the end of it, Jimmy Van Schie has topped the piles. He's on 18 points to his name following the first 2 days worth of play. So he is top of the table, and he will be hoping to avoid Thursday and Friday in Group C and B. This is how the tournament bracket breaks down as far as Thursday and Friday are concerned. Group C is going to see Tommy Morris in action. Group B, the likes of Simon Whitlock, Mark Dudbridge and Mike Gillett will be there, but Jimmy Van Schie will be hoping he's not there. That is for sure. We've been watching all the action in the company of the asset, Paul Nicholson, and look, there's only one story today, isn't it? And that's Jimmy Van Schie carrying on for the first day's play.
Yes, very much the same stuff that we saw from him yesterday, but there was one big difference. He was able to beat Tom Sykes. So now that he's got 18 points, he's definitely going to fancy having Thursday and Friday off. And he just deserves the lead because he's looked so dependable. When he's played someone who's been slightly off their game, he's been able to maybe take his foot off the pedal and just usurp that game. But when someone has hit him hard, he's hit them harder. And this is a quintessentially brilliant performance. So 18 points is very fair.
He mentioned in his interview about that game against Martin Biggs, and in particular the 1-3-2. He said he needed to get, otherwise he was going to be in all sorts of trouble. He won games in different ways. It wasn't just the fact that he went out there and it was a rampage on the rest of the field. There was times today where he was in a little bit of peril.
Yeah, early in the game with Martin was the better player. He found himself 2-1 in front, and Jimmy was able to find the right shot at the right time. And this is something, a statement that we keep coming back to. When you're able to do that as the person who's under pressure, and it's twofold as well, the person who's under pressure to get back into the game, but also under pressure because he's the person expected to win the match, I have to applaud shots like that. And when you see him hit the 2 bullseyes, you can see in the background that Martin is just smiling because he pretty much knows he's going to hit it.
And that's the level he's at now, where you just expect big moments from him.
Of course we do, because he's got quality. He's got consistency. He's got all the tools to be a top-level player. And the amount of swagger that he's got on the stage now, it's a little bit of extra bounce in the step because he knows all of the intricacies of this place. He knows how to bounce back from defeat. He knows how to roll with the wins.
In terms of Tom Sykes, we'll talk about the 111 in a bit more detail in just a second, but what was your overall synopsis of his day?
Very up and down, because when he was up, he was very, very up. When he was down, it was well below par. Yesterday, he averaged 99 for the day, and it didn't look like he was going to do that today. It looked better yesterday as a consistent performance. But when someone does put in a very fast, effective performance with 4 out of 4 in the doubles, we are reminded of just how capable they are. That's exactly what that 111 was.
He beat him in 5 minutes and 38 seconds, the quickest game we've ever seen here. That was off the chart, wasn't it?
I wasn't sure that we were going to get a quicker game than Merckx against Klaassen, because that one felt really quick. Yesterday, we were in a situation where someone was getting close to it. But I've said all along, if you're going to have a record-breaking fast game, you need to play superbly well if you're a fast player, and you need somebody quick to play against. And they don't come much quicker than Brian Raman. So a perfect storm, and now the quickest player to complete a game is now Tom Sykes.
But what does he have to do tomorrow to turn the tide with Jimmy Van Schie?
One thing is he's got to beat Jimmy, and somebody else has to as well. I can only envisage one scenario where Tom Sykes wins this group, and that's where he wins via leg difference and by the tightest of margin. I think if he's going to do that, he has to beat Jimmy Van Schie 4-0, because I don't see anybody else getting that close.
Let's talk Brian Raman then. What would you make of his day? Because it's felt like there's been some good moments from him this week, but has it felt a little bit up and down at times?
It always seems to be that way with Brian. I think that's one of the reasons why he hasn't had a great deal of success in making Saturdays or even winning a weekly title here. I think consistency is a consistent search, for the want of a better phrase. one match where he was missing darts at double and he was getting really angry with himself. I think it was against Davies where they both had matched darts. You can see what bubbles underneath. And there's nothing wrong with that, but you've got to be able to control that. Take it from someone who knows. What I was impressed with was that after he'd missed, I think it was 6 or 7 matched darts, he was able to come back, compose himself for 3 or 4 seconds and get it done. But at points today, he was just too frustrated.
What about that 1-6-7 setup when Van Schie was in that position to take it out?
I'm a big fan of doing something like that. The thing is, 1-6-7 is a great score, and it can help you when it comes to a position in a leg. But let's face facts. If you're going to get a 1-6-7, get it at the end of a leg to make sure the leg is yours.
David Davies, though, he had a bit of an up and down day. He did have that 1-6-1 finish, but does it feel like his performances haven't got the points?
I think he's been the best performer outside of the top 2. He's been the one with the tightest range when it comes to top average to bottom average. He's incredibly reliable. I think he's a great player. I think he's getting better incrementally. It's very hard to measure just how much better he's getting year on year. But if you compare him from this week to when we first saw him, night and day, that's what he should be focusing on. The way he's constantly improving is really good to see.
Martin Biggs hasn't won a game yet, but has it felt like he improved on day 2 in comparison to day 1?
Yeah, because he won more legs. He had ton plus checkouts. So tomorrow he could only get the 1 win, but depending on who that's against, potentially, he could cause chaos for somebody's week. And purely for him, he's not really under any pressure anymore. If nobody had gone through a Group A situation without getting points, I think he would be under pressure. But because 2 other people have done it in this series, it's going to prove that it's very hard to get points in any way, shape or form.
And in terms of Andy Davidson, how would you put the finger on the day that he's had?
It was all about the start. Terrible start. Bad first game. And I think he understood that by leaving the stage very abruptly. He wanted to go backstage, tell himself off and figure it out by the end of the day. It wasn't a disastrous day, quite frankly. I'm going to be very kind to Andy here because I think he's got a great outlook on the sport. Sometimes when you get a bad start, it can infect the rest of your day, but he did his best to put it right. It just so happened it was in the toughest Group A he's ever played, his words. And once you have a bad start like that, it's very hard to come back.
This has been a much calmer conversation than the one we had this morning. That Tungsten Talk's going to be live in a little bit. That should be a little bit interesting, shouldn't it?
Well, the thing is, these kind of things are groundbreaking, and the work that goes into nutting down and getting these TV deals so that this kind of prize money can be brought into the sport. I want the headline to be, darts is in a better place than it's ever been. I don't want social media content to talk about, let's help the people who are getting into the UK Open and let's help the people in the first round. It's not about that. It's about performance will give you the pay that you want. If you're a great player and you can win rounds of matches, you will get a very tidy sum of money. The PDC is a place where you can perform and you can get a great deal of success, but it's not a place of guarantees. If you get to the World Championship, you're now guaranteed £15,000. If you get to the UK Open, you've still got to win matches to get to the money. It's a different tournament, so make peace with that.
That Tungsten Talk is available in due course. Nico, thank you very much for your company as ever. This is how the table looks going into Wednesday's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And Jimmy Van Schie is top of the table. There's a 4-point lead from Tom Sykes in second position. Have a look at how healthy that legs difference is as well. David Davies and Brian Raman, well, they look like they're going to be leading the charge in terms of the Group B positions come Thursday and Friday evening. And Martin Biggs will be looking for that first win tomorrow. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up once we're done, the story of Luke Humphries, the 2024 PDC World Champion, will be under the microscope in the latest of our series. Coming up later on tonight, the latest in the Phil Taylor series, having a look at the career of Luke Littler. He'll be talking all about that. The live action resumes tomorrow morning from 9:30. Jimmy Van Schie looking to keep a hold of a 4-point lead at the top of the table. And the prize, well, it's Saturday night, isn't it, here at the Live Lounge in Port, and the 10th place through to the 10th Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series. The action will get underway from 7:30 p.m, so please do join us for that on Pluto TV. We're going to be back tomorrow morning from 9:30, but it's Jimmy Van Schie who's top of the tree, and he's going to take a fair bit of dislodging. From all of us here, take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit. And
it comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Schie wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Schie.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George